Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over. Absolutely.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. To everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick. What's up, guys?
Hey. Hello.
Josh, welcome back.
Thanks. Good to be back.
Running. Doing your thing. Running.
Yeah.
Running good.
Run. Yeah.
You don't talk about running. You don't talk about running on the show. What's up with that?
Well, we don't do the run and wrestling connection anymore.
Well, you don't do that, and then
because Josh gets triggered if we don't talk football.
But you also don't fine him for talking about running anymore.
Yes.
So theoretically, he's free to talk about it.
Yeah.
I think we beat it out of him.
Yeah. It seems like he's been.
I have a podcast now. I talk about it there.
Okay.
I don't know. It feels
tell
weird.
people to listen to your podcast.
They can. Chris Whitney's actually coming to the station tonight. We're going to do a recap of it.
Love
so
Chris.
I always feel
You're doing a recap of what?
my race.
Running.
I'll be honest. I feel a little uncomfortable sometimes talking about it.
Was he there? Was he there watching it so he can break it down?
You're so weird. No, he was not there watching. I heard John yesterday go, I don't know if there was a winner. I don't know about the Chicago Marathon and if it's like Boston.
I didn't know. I know.
Well, there
I
was a
didn't
winner.
know.
Yeah, they do have first place. It's
I
pretty
didn't
cool.
know if it was because some things can be. I don't want to say it's a fun run because it's not a fun run.
No, it's not fun.
But I didn't know it. No, I didn't know. I didn't know if it was a competitive thing.
Yeah, there were
or if it
professionals.
was just
In defense of John, I'm the one that posed the question, and then I was told by my girlfriend later that there are different divisions, and you can win like the pro. Then there's the am, right? So like
It's
more of a
usually
pro division
age.
and like an amateur.
It's age, yeah, it's age,
age.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Okay,
the
then I
elites.
misunderstood what
There's
you
the
were saying.
elites, and then there is everybody else.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was good. It was really good.
Great.
Had a great day.
Excellent.
It was hard. It was difficult. I'm very happy with powering through.
Did you stick around?
Learned a lot about myself.
Was it harder? Didn't you do this one already? It
It was hard because of
was harder.
the weather.
temperature?
Oh, was it 60 degrees?
Humid?
It was humid.
It was,
Dude,
it was,
I got
it
a
was
mile.
humid?
I got a mile in, and I went to wipe my forehead off, and I was like, I am way too sweaty, and my heart rate was way too high, and so I slowed down a little bit.
It was humid,
It
really.
was humid.
Does
it was a tough morning.
Does the wind in Chicago also make it?
It was
annoying?
windy. It was in our face for the first 7-8 miles.
In
You
your
guys
face.
should really connect on because like the way he's talking about his body is like a race car in a way. You know, after a few laps, like
Yes,
the tires got a little.
If my race car were a Pinto.
Wow.
Well, are you
He
gonna
runs pretty
explode
fast.
somebody-
Well,
They
it's
run
true.
pretty fast,
It's-
John.
it's true.
Yes,
If you
compared to a Pinto.
If you run into Josh's backside, he blows up.
What in the world?
Don't you remember? Well, that was what the fault was in the Pinto.
The Pinto.
Oh, I see. I didn't.
It had,
Oh, you didn't know this?
Right over my
No,
head.
if you hit the back, because that's where the gas tank was. It was just back there.
Yeah.
There wasn't a whole lot.
This was a whole big
basically
thing
like a
back in the day.
self-destruct button on the car.
Yeah.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah, it was a bad defect where if people ran into the
Yeah.
back of a Pinto,
It
just-
exploded?
it would.
Yeah.
So there was this one time.
I need a
That's
recall for that one.
my-
That's a top 10 bad defect.
Yeah.
My friend's mom was bringing us back from the YMCA one day, and she was
My
driving a
Y.
Pinto.
Oh,
And I spent the whole time in the back seat staring out the back window.
Scary.
And there was one moment where someone got too close to us at a stop sign, and I screamed.
That's a-
Legit, not like joking scream, like legit scream because
Oh.
it was
Seriously?
all over the news.
see, I could have seen you going like boom.
But it was all over the news. So,
That sounds terrible.
No, you
Yeah.
don't want that.
No, I don't want to explode.
It's the equivalent of that for your body. Would be like the Achilles.
Did they do a recall thing
Nick
or?
said somebody's
Oh, yeah.
Achilles exploded at the race.
No, Josh said that
Josh said
somebody
that.
Josh
tore
said
his
that. Oh.
ACL or
Ugh.
No, it
but
was
then
an
he followed up
Achilles.
and said
Was it?
Achilles.
yeah.
That'd be horrible.
Yeah, but this was in Chicago, right? Wasn't this the same place that Jesse Smollett guy claimed that something bad happened
It
to
is
him?
that place that I got.
might
I
have
got
just
jumped by Jesse Slamet's buddies. It was a wild morning.
Nice.
No, not
John.
you, this guy.
Oh, that guy. Oh, the
Yeah, the
Achilles
guy who blew out his knee.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying you were trying to fake
Achilles.
injury.
Achilles. Yeah, whatever.
He's Achilles.
Yeah.
Where do they race? Do they run through downtown?
Yeah, so it starts at Grant Park.
Did they just do the
Okay.
NASCAR
I can
circuit?
show you. I mean, you go up pretty close to Wrigley.
Wow.
Yeah, and then
Probably a lot of
I'm
miles.
surprised they don't run around Wrigley.
you're probably a few blocks away. It's always a bummer. I think about
But I'm
that
surprised they don't do a lap around the ballpark
That
and then
would be
like come
sweet.
back down Grant. What am I thinking? Clark Street.
Clark, Addison.
I
What's
keep
the other
opening
one?
up
Clark and
photos,
Addison.
Yeah.
and it's going to websites that you need to have a
Then-
paywall. So
But-
so it starts there. And so you go, that's as far north as you go.
Yeah.
This is over, I miss it every time, but we run by the United Center where the Bulls play.
Yeah.
And I never notice it. I always forget to
Oh,
look.
it just looks like a building.
Yeah.
It's not really, it doesn't really stand out.
And then, you go back down and then you come and then you finish going back north into downtown.
Okay.
Then Boston goes next near Fenway, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Wow, so
Boston. Boston's a point to point.
Marathon's just like finding baseball fields and running next to baseball
Well,
fields.
it's city,
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
There's baseball fields in cities.
There are
Mhm.
many baseball fields.
Yeah.
In many cities.
There are. Yeah. Good times. Very good
It
times.
didn't sound like it was good.
It was
times.
a great time because
Because-
you just
but
give me
what-
crap the whole
No, no,
time.
no, no,
I had a
because it was
lovely
human.
experience. Oh yeah, I mean, but I was really proud of myself. I
He did
No,
grind
you
his
should.
way
I wasn't
through it.
saying you shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Sometimes
just were saying it
the
was human.
proudest I am of like Cole Reagans is when he doesn't have his best stuff, but he finds a way to get through 6.
Yeah.
You know?
This was not my fastest
That's,
race.
that's real pitching.
Proud of
I think
myself.
Josh-
Really, this wasn't because.
Eugene was faster this year.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought this time was better than.
You
that
got to
one.
be able to be good when you don't have your best stuff.
I didn't have my best stuff. Heart rate was way too high.
You know what,
I kept
Josh?
looking at my watch. I'm like, wow, it's just never going to drop.
I am proud of you.
Thank
This is a
you,
really
Nick.
cool thing to do. What things did you learn about yourself? You said you learned things about yourself.
That I'm kind of mentally stronger than I thought I was.
Hell yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a grinder.
I didn't think I could do it. I had a
Mentally
horrible
tough boy.
training block.
You
The
can
training
win in
block
Big
sucked.
10 weather.
Yes. Well, I needed it to be more Big 10.
Oh,
I wanted in the low 40s. It was too high. 60 degrees.
Big 10 weather, Big 10 wind.
Felt
Big
bad
10
for the people who started after I did because the sun peaked out.
Well, Eugene is Big Ten weather, isn't it?
That was nice. That was low 40s.
Yes, but Eugene is north, as we have described.
Yes, they are a
Yes.
northern school.
and it snows a lot there.
It snows.
It snows in
I
Oregon.
never said a lot. I just said it snows.
But that's why Will Howard he couldn't see the clock
Yeah,
because of the
all the
blinding
flakes.
snow in front of the scoreboard.
Oh man, that was the last thing I watched on Saturday night before I went to bed.
Love,
I laughed
love.
and then I went to sleep.
so much fun.
Yeah. Oh, you rooted against Ohio State. Interesting. I thought that you didn't do that.
I
But
would
you were a Buckeye boy.
I would have rooted for whoever lost the game. Actually,
okay.
I have the thing about me is I don't think that Will Howard's very good. So I very much enjoyed how that game
Isn't
ended.
it weird that they were like, we need better quarterback play, so let's not have.
And then they got Will Howard.
yeah.
Meanwhile, their
actually-
quarterback from last year's got on
He's
pace for
way
throwing
better.
for 4,000
Sure,
yards.
he is, but I didn't think Howard, outside of that last play, played poorly.
No,
thought
but
he
I
played
very
really
much
well.
enjoyed how it
Yeah.
ended.
Yeah. That was pretty funny.
I also don't think he makes their ceiling any.
No, he's the same guy. He just is more mobile and like a little worse passer.
Right.
Otson says, genuine question. How can you run and lower your heart at the same time? Good question.
Focus.
Run backwards.
I don't.
It's like in Ferris,
Ferris
Bueller.
Why didn't I think of that?
Josh
Normally
would have
just
just turned
Take
around
the
and run
miles
ass
off
first.
the car.
Normally
Yeah,
it just
take-
kind of happens.
Is it a
but
breathing thing?
didn't have. No, I mean, I think I had eaten too much in the days leading up to it too.
Mm.
I had different foods this time. Normally I'm an Alfredo guy the night before.
Did you have some goo?
No, I didn't. And I
What'd you
punted
eat?
on Oreos.
Oh,
before
there's your problem. No
pizza a
Oreos.
couple days before. I had pizza the day before, and then pasta the night before. I think I just had too much.
Too many carbs?
Yeah, I'm gonna spread it out over more days.
Too
next
many.
time.
Too
Carbs.
many carbs.
I enjoyed your picture. We got to see your big teeth.
Oh, with my medal.
my big teeth and my metal.
Yeah,
John
thankfully
immediately commented on the big teeth.
he did.
I like.
Well, it's now something I can't not see.
I know.
anymore.
Uh-huh.
I
Oh
never
my.
used to notice it until he had to shave his beard. And
Oh
it was like,
my.
oh, wow.
What
Yeah.
big teeth you have,
I'm
sir.
happy that we did not do a bet though. I'm whooping ass in predictions, so maybe I wish I would have done a.
Are you whooping ass? Or
No,
you just,
we're all close. We're all very
We're
close.
all-
I had a
He
great weekend.
He had a great week, but we're all very close.
The college games that I told you I was like, I have a bad feeling about this, were the ones where I should have just gone with my gut because I would have had close to a perfect week. I had a great week.
Ooh.
Well,
I
I
nailed
think-
all the NFL games. I think I picked every NFL game we did right.
Wow.
You probably picked the Cowboys again like an idiot.
No, I picked the Lions.
Oh, wow.
I also
About
picked the
damn time.
Lions.
I picked the Lions.
Who wouldn't have picked the Lions?
Yeah, well, John keeps picking the Cowboys, so I was hoping
Yeah,
I was-
because
I was right last week.
you were. Congratulations. That was nice.
By the way, I have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
Question for you.
I am interested in shaving my beard.
Oh,
What?
all the way?
Yeah, well, I want to start over. It's getting a little.
Okay, because I see like
Wait,
just
start over.
just to do it, or you just want to reset. You just
Yeah,
wanna
I mean,
reset.
like I wouldn't not have a beard for very long.
Yeah.
I just
but you want to go all the way. I mean,
I suppose I don't have to go all the way down, do I?
no, this isn't like a crabgrass infestation of your lawn.
It could be. I don't know.
Do you
And my
have?
face is
you
a
have
little
crabgrass?
dry. It's itchy, and it just has gotten a little unruly. So
Do you ever use any beard oil? That'll help
Yes.
with the itch. It should
Well,
help with the itch.
that's a long story, and
Oh.
not really.
Okay.
Do you want to tell the story?
Mm.
That's beard oil. Actually, in the long run, ends up drying it out. What you need. I
I've-
mean, You need like face. Like
Yeah, I've
you gotta
never
really
liked
get in
using
there.
that stuff, so
I
I
had
never did.
when I had my beard, I had this foam stuff that I would use too. It was
Yeah,
like
the
a
mousse.
conditioner.
Yeah. I got a little bit of that going right now. It just is a little. It's just unruly.
So what are you going to do? You're going to shave it all the way off? You're
No,
gonna go
I think
Mustache?
big teeth boy.
if I haven't scheduled my next barber shop appointment.
Yeah.
But if I don't do it within the next like 3 days, I might actually shave it all the way off.
Why not? Hoiberg says, don't go clean shaven. Beards are the male equivalent of a push-up bra.
I don't think you need it. You're a handsome
I mean,
guy. You
he's
don't
totally
need a beard.
right about that.
Oh, yeah.
No,
for
I
sure.
don't. I do need a beard.
Yeah. Have you
Just
seen
like
Haver
you
with
need a beard. Just like you need a beard.
I don't need a beard.
Nick looks better with
Yeah,
the
you
stash.
do.
I
Nick.
look better without the beard.
Yeah, you look way better with a beard.
No, the beard looked bad.
It looked bad. Nobody had the heart to tell him.
Yeah, but the
With the mustache, what's the
The mustache looks better.
Nick, I'm not team Nick on this one.
when
disagree.
I got the mustache, part of the reason I have a girlfriend is because of the mustache.
That's not true.
I'm going to
That
read a
is
comment from earlier from Josh Hodson.
Uh-huh.
We get it. You have a girlfriend.
Yep.
We should have a drinking game for when Nick mentions his girlfriend.
Yeah, have you heard about
this
Nick's
is almost
girlfriend?
if it wouldn't have been for the fact that he brought that stunt double to represent her,
Okay.
I'm starting to think we have a Lene Kukua situation going on
Yeah.
here.
Josh
Uh-huh.
met her. Josh knows she isn't a stunt double.
Unless she is.
Unless she is.
Yeah. She didn't seem that into you. Couldn't really tell.
Damn.
Just kidding, Nick.
This is how I find
She
out.
seemed very into you. From what 5 seconds I saw,
She
of both of
seemed
you.
very into.
You were talking to each other.
So you think that you have a girlfriend because of your mustache?
I was swiped on because of the mustache.
Wow.
She said, "If you would have had a beard, no." Because I showed her a picture of me with the beard, and she's like, "No."
To be fair.
Well, now wait a minute. She just said because you didn't have the beard, Ed, you could have been sans mustache, and she still could have swiped for you.
Yeah, sure, probably.
It's like a mustache in like a funny
so
way,
she,
though.
So she was actually swiping because she didn't like a beard, but not because she liked. a
oh,
mustache.
interesting. Yeah.
So it's a tier system.
she
so
hated your beard, but she doesn't like the mustache, maybe.
I threatened to shave off the mustache though, and she
And
said
what she
no.
said. Well, that's
but then
Don't
that's
shave
different
the
than a
mustache.
beard, though. That is you being totally clean shaven.
right.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It's an interesting system. It's interesting how it works.
I like the mustache.
So you're going beardless.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
You're starting from
But
scratch.
I have started to entertain the
Dude,
idea.
basketball season is soon. You're going to be doing things on the big screen.
That's the problem.
You got to do it fast.
That's the
Yeah,
problem.
that's
you don't
true.
think a trim would save it?
No, I would. I would.
Just go somewhere. One of those places.
Yeah,
that
I
has
just gotta.
the
I just gotta get out.
one of those like Manscaped things for your face.
But
and
just-
You
I
don't,
just
you
want
don't
you-
have a trimmer?
I want you guys to know
He does from,
that whenever I get the
that
like,
one.
it's both a literal itch and a metaphorical itch.
Mm-hmm.
So, a move has to be made.
Mm.
So, like, it's possible that emotion could overcome me, and then I
Mm.
show up to work the next day and it's gone. I just don't want you guys to be too surprised if that happens.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
intend.
So you're preparing us for the possibility.
I don't intend for that to happen.
That's nice
but
of you.
it could happen.
Wow.
Just so you guys.
This is wild.
I don't think.
Yeah.
It will. I don't
I
think
do
it will.
appreciate the warning because there was that time Ravi showed up to that show we did. And he just
Ravi
Clean
Beardless
face.
is like, whoa, you are a different human being.
It happened to me
recognize
one
him.
time since I've worked here.
I remember that
Yes.
too.
I
Bad-
forgot
bad
about
When it
that.
first started.
Uh-huh.
Bad times.
Uh-huh.
Bad impressions.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah,
I
but
left my
it's-
trunk open.
Okay, do us a favor though.
The same day?
Maybe. I got an email like the first or second day I worked here. It's like somebody's trunk's open. And then it happened again the next day, and then I had to take responsibility.
You were known as the guy who always leaves his trunk open.
I left my trunk open twice.
Trunk
It's been
boy.
2 days.
We all called you Trunk Boy behind your
Yeah,
back.
I know.
You just
I
didn't
know.
know about it.
If you're going to do this, you need to shave it off in sections like I had Jack shave his off. So I got the great mutton chops photo.
Oh, that's funny.
So where
I can do that.
Yeah. So do the thing where it's just you shave off the bottom part, but it's just the sideburns down and then
Yeah,
up
what is
to the
that called?
The
mustache.
Van Buren is
The
what
Van
I call it.
Buren.
Van Buren.
Or what I did when I shaved off or got my beard taken out, I got a straight razor shave. I did a straight. That was okay.
I mean, yeah, that's what I would do.
Yeah.
But make sure when you
razor.
shave off the mustache, you don't just shave off this part here and this part
Oh,
here.
no.
You don't want to do that.
Don't do under.
Designated Hitler.
Under.
Yeah.
The Charlie Chaplin.
Because,
But
you know,
the mustache is
Michael
always the
Jordan
last-
did that, and that wasn't very
The
popular.
mustache is always the last thing to go, though. You
Yeah.
know, so there's always a picture. If in the times in which I have shaved off my beard, which it's been
Or you could
2
shave off the
years now.
mustache first so you could look Amish.
Mm.
Tips and tricks. Dan comments. Connor,
Tips and tricks.
if you shave, how will Soph recognize you?
I don't know. She maybe doesn't know who I am currently. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's early
You don't think
enough.
she sees you and like in her head, she's like, "Yeah."
No, I don't know.
I don't believe it goes quite that fast.
Yeah, I don't think she. I'm trying to get her.
You're
to
just
say that.
you're just a guy who hangs out with her all the time.
right. I don't think she knows the difference between anybody at any time, except for mom, obviously, because for obvious reasons.
Could you save it for like a
Shout out,
special
Mom.
occasion and then do a striping? Like, at Iowa, it was black, yellow, but just shave off sections.
Yeah, like
Do
it just
that.
day by day. Just comes down more and more.
Yeah.
Like
Day
in
by day, we
Major
get better and
League.
better.
Yeah. Sam writes, tie shaving your beard to some kind of if unlikely event happens, I'll shave my beard. It's not happening statement. You're
Okay.
covered either direction.
All right.
It is fun to say things. Because then if you're wrong, people are like, oh,
So I have to make a prediction that I feel good about.
Yeah.
Is it about Nebraska beating Indiana?
It could.
Yeah, I mean, he said unlikely. You could. I mean, that's kind of boring.
It's unlikely.
They are underdogs.
Underdogs by a touchdown.
Well, don't tell that to some of those listeners. From
Yeah, they're
yesterday.
very triggered.
Yeah, I landed and I was like, what? Everyone's mad at John.
How about you'll shave your beard if Omaha Benson doesn't play another football game this season?
Well, then I'd have to shave my beard.
Yeah,
Oh,
they've already announced
Oh,
it.
wait, they did?
Yeah, have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Oh.
Did you talk about this yesterday?
No.
They
Seems
talked
like
about
people-
the probably talked about the
didn't
other
come
one.
out. It didn't come out until
Oh, the link because
The
which one was
the
first?
Lincoln High was last week.
Did you
Michael
talk
and I
about that?
talked briefly.
Okay, people are arguing about it in the chat. Captain and Theo.
This
are-
is all people talk about in the chats.
I feel like a lot
Connor
of high
actually
schools are
put
just
out a statement at the
stopping.
beginning of his show today saying,
It was-
I'm not talking.
It was an
That's right,
excellent
John.
idea. We're not talking about it, right?
Is this?
I
Is
have
this
takes.
no desire to talk about
I do
it.
have a question about this.
Uh-oh.
I feel like a lot of
Talk
high
about it.
I feel like a lot of high schools are just ending their season early. Is this a thing that happens?
Yes, because your generation's a quitter.
No, it's actually the
Oh,
younger
John.
generation. It's Gen
This
Alpha.
is very dangerous territory.
No, this
All
is
right,
this
just
is
kidding.
this is new. This doesn't.
Okay.
This didn't
This-
happen when
it
I was. in
felt
school.
weird. It didn't happen when I was in school.
Oh, it felt weird. Wow.
It's...
At
This is
Grim
bordering on a
and Nim.
take.
Yep, it is. This is very close to a
How
take.
many kids were on your football team?
I don't remember.
Guess. Just
50 something, 60 something.
Sure, like 60 something.
Okay.
That sounds about
I
right.
was told that at the start of the year, Benson had fewer than that.
No, I'm not.
Unreal.
So
I'm-
that's part of the reason.
I'm not
why.
mad at them for doing it.
No,
It's just
we know.
interesting that it keeps that it's happening so much
Yeah.
with so many schools. Is what I'm saying. It's an inventory issue, I guess.
Inventory.
Yeah, it's
Inventory is a fun way to put it. Like there are rolls of toilet paper
Oh, they
or
just
something.
there's not enough people. There's just not enough people.
That's
Is that how
It's
you
an
view people,
inventory
Nick?
issue. Yep. Ones and
Inventory.
zeros. People are just numbers
Yeah,
to me.
it's- yep.
Ever since he went to the suite at Memorial Stadium,
Seriously,
he has different types of opinions.
he's very MAGA now.
Yep. Josh, is Nick blaming the supply chain?
Yes. It's a supply in times like these.
Okay.
This is the new normal.
okay.
Oh, we did get a take out of it. I
Theo
figured
said
we would.
clowns at the NSAA should be investigated.
Wow.
I love this stuff.
No, you don't, because you don't want to talk
This
about
is not what I
That's
love.
why I love it, because I don't have to ever have an opinion on
Yeah,
this.
that's true.
I will never have a child. I will never have a child participate in high school athletics.
See, you're part of the problem. You're part of the supply chain problem.
I guess I am.
That's
I'm not
right.
supplying any chains.
This is the inventory issue.
Yep, there is
Yes.
no chains to be supplied.
That's right.
No, I refuse to make future football players.
Uh-huh. Deal with it.
Good job by you.
Yeah, it really is
You don't have
nice.
to be involved.
But aren't you also reducing the supply chain of
But yes,
potential
you're-
future runners?
You are part of the problem.
That's true. Yeah, that is the bummer. Yeah.
That means in the Boston Marathon in
40.
2047,
There you go. Yeah, you need a few more years.
there's not going to be anybody
There's
left.
one fewer person.
Not going to be anybody left.
People forget it's 2024.
It'll just
Wow.
be some random fat guy. Then
Hey, shout out to the random fat guy.
and
That's
he's-
hard to
and
get
he-
out
and he's
there.
gonna-
That'd be
and he's
cool.
gonna- And he's going to
That's a
ride a
good story.
wagon.
Well, you
Josh, you could have him on your podcast.
I'd love to have this man
the
on my podcast.
2047 edition of the
Wow.
podcast.
If it was just one fat guy in a
Yeah,
wagon,
I talked to that guy.
Hey, how are you in the Boston Marathon? You're in a wagon.
Yeah, I talked to that guy.
That's a good story.
I would
Yeah,
definitely.
it'd be
talk
great.
I'd listen to that
Sounds
one.
like a great guest.
And he would have finished in record time, too, if he didn't have to stop halfway through and charge his electric car.
Mm,
to nice.
always got to charge. Yeah.
His wagon. Need to charge his wagon.
Barrier fan says just logged on is John moodlining as a tax advisor or
Yes.
doing door.
John, you look great.
Yeah, I'm doing.
He's
it.
prepared
I'm
for
doing-
basketball
I'm-
season.
Yeah, I'm.
He's
it's just getting ready.
Is this the
Once a
dry
week-
run?
Yeah,
once a week.
So you're
he'll-
gonna go home at 1:00 tonight?
Yeah, pretty much.
He's just gonna go sit at the arena now.
Pretty much. I mean, right now I feel about as tired as I do the
Just
day
wait till the
after.
5 o'clock hour when our show is definitely live.
Yeah.
Definitely live. And
very
then John
live.
suddenly is at the arena. It's wild.
Before
Yeah,
the
it's
show
great.
today, I heard him in the bathroom yelling, 5 points, bang, 3-pointer.
He's doing a great job.
Yep.
He's doing a great job.
Yep.
I
So
can't
you'll be
believe
you'll be tired and triggered tomorrow.
I'm tired right now.
Same.
Got way out. Yeah, and you were up early too. So.
Yeah, and I haven't had coffee. I had 1 cup today.
Whoa.
It was on the airplane.
You've only had 1 coffee?
It's not great.
Oh, you had airplane coffee?
Yeah. That
Oh,
was
wait, you
also
got
not
in
great.
this morning?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
I thought you would have left last night.
No, we left this morning. Yeah. So I'm on fumes.
Chicago boy.
Yeah, I need coffee.
What's the people
Daddy
talk?
needs
People
coffee.
talk about the Bears out there.
There was a guy during the race who yelled out, "The Bears are up 7-3." I was like, "That's awesome," because they were on at the same
You
time as the
should have.
race.
You should have been yelling. Shut up! I've got the game recorded.
Hey, I have them -4. Yeah,
I was
that
going to listen to a podcast about it afterwards.
So, yeah.
Spoilers.
There
Did
were,
you think of listening to a football game while you ran?
No, I don't listen to stuff during races anymore.
Oh,
I
you-
used to listen to pods during races, but that was sicko behavior. I stopped doing that.
Did you
You're so
only
proud of
stop because
yourself.
it was sicko?
No, I found myself.
That's where you draw the line.
That's where I draw the
It's-
line.
it's
I mean,
really
the one
because-
time where you might actually need
No.
something to,
It allows myself to focus.
Yeah,
more.
you got better times if you stopped listening
Yeah,
to podcasts.
I'm able to dial in on
You didn't
things.
stop because you had an epiphany. You stopped
Yeah.
because you were focused
I
on
ran
your-
one race with that. I was like, that was actually pretty good. I'm gonna start doing that.
So you
more
listen to
often.
nothing.
I listen to nothing, just the crowd.
the
That's
win.
what's cool about Chicago.
That's cool.
It's so freaking loud, man. Especially the first half. It's just like 5 or 6 deep because people enjoy it. People love supporting their fellow man.
It's because the Cubs didn't make the playoffs this year and the White Sox were bad.
We ran at 7:30. There weren't any Cubs.
Sox were so bad, I came to watch a marathon.
I did see at least one sign making fun of the Whites.
That's funny.
At least one sign.
Imagine if the
making
Bears
fun.
hadn't played right at that time. The crowd would be so
It'd
deep.
been
Was
bigger,
it a
yeah.
motivational sign like, hey, you can't do any worse than this?
It was something like that. I should have tried to remember it, but it had a White Sox logo, and I pointed at him. I said, "That sign's funny," and I kept
like
going.
you're running
Nice.
longer
I like
than
to compliment
You
people. on their
engage
signs.
with the crowd.
Yeah, if I see dogs that are cute,
What a modern athlete.
It helps me again. It helps me, stay in the moment.
He's the problem. Matt Rule was watching all the college football.
Taunting.
All the taunting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just too much of that.
Also, the sword seatbelt thing. This is
What a
the hell?
revelation.
Yeah,
Do we
it's
know
not a
what
sword.
what this is yet? I still want to know what that is.
What's that one?
Is
I
that
see
like
defensive players
That's
do
probably
it.
mimicking the airbag deploying in the car.
You haven't
No,
seen
like,
this or heard about this?
somebody farted and they're trying to brush it away?
That's what it looks. Nick just did it. That's
I'm
what
still trying to figure out the smelly first down.
Well, we talked about that
Well,
last year.
yeah, we
that was back
did.
when CD was good and him and Dak didn't want to strangle each other on the football field.
Yeah.
I
missed
guess I probably know what the smelly first down
Yeah.
is.
I want to know what this
But-
is. I don't know what it is.
I'd never seen
It looks
that.
like they're underwater. Is it like a SpongeBob thing? Do
I
kids
have
still
no
watch
idea.
Maybe.
I
SpongeBob?
don't think it's a SpongeBob.
People
And
do
it-
love SpongeBob.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Nick was telling me the other morning how excited he was for a Krabby Patty,
Yeah,
Oh, the Wendy's
and I
one.
immediately
Yeah.
got triggered and
My brother talked about
changed
this.
the subject.
it wasn't very good.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's just a Dave single with
You
Thousand
tried it?
Island dressing. Yeah, I tried it.
You buy the weirdest stuff.
I'm a sucker for a
We know.
good
no.
bit.
No. For a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bit.
you could remove
Yeah.
the word good, I think.
Wow.
Yeah. What was the one thing you ate every day for a week?
Cantaloupe.
Cantaloupe. It wasn't a week. It was a weekend.
Why'd you do that again?
Because I
We told
said
him
that I
to.
could.
Okay.
I thought that I could.
And
I hated it.
Otson says they're on to anime now, Josh. Yeah, I did hear about
I
this.
do like
That-
anime.
Matt Rule
Kids
talked
are
about-
watching anime.
Yeah, I do know some people who like anime.
There's some good anime.
Not for me. I tried.
There's some
Tried to
good
watch
anime.
Dragon Ball Z. It's like, not for me.
No, I can't do
Is that anime?
People were
Yes.
watching Dragon Ball Z
when we were
back in the
kids.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do
It's
kids still
big-
watch Dragon Ball Z?
Yes.
What the hell is Dragon Ball Z?
It's like a fighting. It's a fighting show.
It's a
It's just
trial.
guys that fight.
Yeah.
It exploded so much because it became available in the 90s here. Toonami on Cartoon Network started airing
I
anime,
remember-
and that was the first time a lot of people could watch it,
I remember Cartoon Network.
other than getting
Johnny
bootleg
Bravo.
I
VHSs.
mean, there's just some things you don't need to export to other countries. You
Imported
just
and
leave-
export.
You can just leave it to yourself.
Does Cartoon Network exist anymore?
Sorta. It's a shell of itself.
What is it now?
Is
It's
it
still
just like
Cartoon Network, but it's very downsized.
What does that mean? Is
It
it on
means
like
they
20
got-
hours a day?
No, they got rid of a lot of people, and it's
But is the
Yeah,
network
but,
still
like,
is around?
is the channel on?
We were just wanting to know about the channel.
I mean, the
Yes.
whole concept of it originally was they just ran cartoons all day. And
John,
like
you
the
pretty
old
much
stuff.
nailed it.
You got it, John.
Like the old stuff.
Well, and then
They
they had
could
new
do-
stuff. They started creating their own shows.
yeah. And then the old stuff went to Boomerang.
Boomerang.
Of course.
from Cartoon Network.
They just need to merge the two.
Sometimes
and
they'd
just
play
start running the old
Jabberjaw.
stuff
Adult
again.
Swim.
Remember that logo? That reminds me of being a child. seeing
Oh,
that
the
Cartoon
checkerboard
Network.
one?
I love that logo.
It's a great logo.
That's I
And now
thought
it's
that was-
this. Now it's a C and an N.
Yeah, the CN logo
Oh,
sucks.
see, that's their problem. They're CNN with one fewer N.
Nice.
Nice.
They rebranded.
So they don't have
They don't have stuff anymore.
Yeah, what did they got rid of, Nick?
I haven't looked into it. I just knew
Anime.
that it was.
What's currently on? Trying to see. Looks like there's some shows. Jellystone.
Jellystone.
Nope. Got nothing on
Is that
Wasn't
a-
that the name?
Is that a
of-
Flintstones?
Wasn't that the name of the fictional park where Yogi Bear was from?
Jellystone.
Jellystone, yes.
Hey, Yogi?
Oh, yeah. Is the first
The
series.
website was shut down, not itself. I saw a bunch of misinformation at the beginning of this
Classic Nick.
Classic.
Classic Nick.
Yep.
Go eat some
We
cantaloupe.
should have
Nick.
fact.
So the channel is still around.
year. I fact checked myself.
Well,
yes.
that's great. Good to hear. I'm happy that there are still cartoons.
Is Space Ghost
Coast to Coast.
still
I
on
hated
there?
that
I mean,
show.
it might still be
I
on
loved
Adult
it.
Swim
I
somewhere.
hated Space Ghost.
I loved it.
I could not stand
You
it.
can
bought-
find live streams sometimes.
Space
on-
Ghost Musical Barbecue, that CD, I was ripping that all day long as a kid.
I have
Listening to Brack and Zorak and the other guy,
I have
Space
this-
Ghost.
I've got a screenshot of Space Ghost talking to Bob Costas.
Nice.
It's just funny.
Yeah, Bob Costas.
How about the fact that he's not on the ALCS?
Very happy.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't,
for-
think, I don't think he was meant to be, right?
I know. I'm just happy that he's
Happy for
not.
Mike Schaefer. Happy
Well, they
for
lost though.
no, they're in it.
No, but they lost yesterday.
They lost yesterday. Happy
I
for Mike
watched
Schaefer
it.
that he's here.
Why-
Bob Costas for at least 4 games.
So I forgot that Farron wasn't on, so I did a little prep, and so I'll ask you: why did the Guardians put in that pitcher who throws wild pitches all the time? That was stupid.
He was one of their best relievers all year long.
I thought that he was bad. I thought
Which
Schaefer was
yesterday?
Yeah, the guy who was like, let's just throw it in the dirt, score some runs. He scored the
He had a
Yankees
bad
2
game.
runs.
He had a bad game.
Yeah, what was up with that though?
I mean, it happened.
Which one was it, Josh? I
It
can't
was the
remember.
first guy that they brought in, if I remember right. The first reliever.
Let's check the box.
Yeah, it wasn't very good. It was a bad call.
Just need the name.
Yeah, I don't remember who was.
Kobe says, Kobe.
Was
That
it,
was on the
uh,
catcher, not the pitcher.
Was it Cantillo? Joey
I
Cantillo?
don't know. I shouldn't have asked. I apologize.
By the way, this is what
Joey
on Cartoon
Cantillo did
Network
walk
right
3
now.
guys.
What the hell? Is that a potato?
Oh, it's a talking potato.
It's a-
And
talking
but then it's
potato.
also a cartoon.
See, this is cheating though, because it's. I mean, look, it's stuff
live
drawn on live action. Yeah,
oh no,
it's cheating.
that's Gumball.
That's cheating.
This is
yeah, it's not a
Gumball.
real
Yeah.
cart. It's
no,
not a full
this,
cartoon.
Okay, no, John, this is a cartoon, but this cartoon's bit is that they do different animation styles all the
Yeah,
time.
John, that's the
That's
bit.
their whole thing.
What
Oh.
a great bit.
It is a good bit. A lot of cartoons don't do that. It's cool that
I
they
would
just change
never,
up the writing
ever
style.
notice as a kid.
This show also
Yeah.
references a lot of anime because the guys who made it, big
This
anime
is a
fans.
show for you.
They showed that
Oh,
house, and in the
great.
dark, it looks like Courage the Cowardly Dog.
I miss Courage the Cowardly Dog. The slab.
Now it's just a talking potato.
Yeah. You don't just have a talking potato?
I
No.
do not care about the talking potato. No. What's this called?
Gumball, The Amazing World of Gumball.
All right.
Oh, there you go.
That's why Cartoon Network is dead.
Pretty much.
No, this is actually one of the popular shows. Regular show.
This is on for the next 2 hours. Or no.
Oh yeah, it's like nonstop there for the next.
They're like they're doing 15-minute clips.
What's regular? What's the
regular show? That's also pretty good. Guy who created that went on to make an adult cartoon on HBO. Not like adult cartoon, but like a Family Guy type of a cartoon.
Okay.
There
You
are
have a-
adult cartoons.
You
on
have
it.
a lot of
I've
knowledge of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I like animation. I watch cartoons.
What do you like about this show, Nick?
Nothing. I think it's bad and not
That's
funny.
literally what the show's about.
You watch a
Nothing.
show with a talking potato and hate Seinfeld. Garbage take.
I said this before. I acknowledge what Seinfeld did at the time, but it doesn't hold up
It does.
because
Oh,
better
it
things
does.
It
better
does.
things have come out that have been derivative of it, but better in a more
Name
modern
one
time.
thing that's better than Seinfeld.
How I Met Your Mother.
Oh my
How-
gosh.
Okay.
How I Met Your Mother.
Okay.
Better than
Okay, it's
Lord.
not.
Time
It's
for the
not.
crossover
It's
to go.
not.
Oh,
It's,
crossover just
Bye
jumped the shark.
bye.
it's not.
By the way, found out today because this is why I was dressed up. It was at the Coaches versus Cancer,
Yes.
and today
Wow, this
it's
is getting serious.
it's Fred Hoiberg's birthday. No, it's not serious.
Yeah. Okay.
It has to do with Seinfeld. It's Fred
Oh.
Hoiberg's birthday.
It is Fred's birthday.
And it's also the birthday of their video guy. And I can't remember his first name, but his last name is Banya. And they call him Kenny for Kenny Banya.
Nice.
Good reference.
So he's a
That was
Seinfeld
like,
guy.
I'm now a fan of Fred.
Way to
He's
go,
a
Fred.
Seinfeld guy.
That's
That's
some good
good.
stuff right there.
Yeah, Banya. Banya of all the
Benya.
like the deep characters, the one-off characters, is one of my favorite, least favorite.
Yeah.
Because he's really annoying, but I love it when
Very
he's
annoying.
on because
Very annoying.
he just drives Jerry crazy.
Oh, he sends the whole episode into a
Yes,
disaster.
It
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
steers it
Yeah.
off.
Yeah.
No, this doesn't count as the lunch. This isn't the lunch.
Seinfeld fans are a big culty. If you say you don't like Seinfeld, everybody attacks you, and they're like, Seinfeld's the best thing ever.
You do the same thing whenever we say we don't like one of your things.
I try not
Nick,
to.
this is pretty mutually agreed upon. This is not a cult. Like,
Yeah.
everyone thinks
can't
this
be a
is one
cult
of the
if it
best
was-
shows of all time.
If it had 70 million viewers for its series finale, that's not a cult. That's just
Many people
That's
think
like
this.
the Super Bowl today.
The Super Bowl's a cult.
Yeah. Would you say that we're a member of the football cult?
I mean, there are a lot of football fans that are definitely in a football cult.
We're all perverts.
Like people who
Love
are
football.
people. Some people are too blinded by
By
a
the
team
light?
that was good 30 years ago, and they see another team that isn't historically good, but they're good this year, and they still think that our team could beat that team.
That okay. I look forward to talking about Indiana today.
I love this episode.
Oh,
That's a great episode.
Can't stand
Can't stand ya.
Can't stay.
His hair.
Give me a
Is
Tom
this? I was gonna
Clancy.
say this is.
Yes.
This is Bookman.
The book,
Yes.
yeah. The
What
book,
is it? What is it? That's like an ice cream man named Cone. Like Bookman is so funny.
Listen here, Jerry.
Oh, when he says
He's just so calm.
when he there. Hey, if you go search on YouTube PPs and wee wees, you will see a video that I uploaded on my YouTube account just because I wanted to make a GIF of that clip. I don't know why I wanted to do that.
am never going to search PPs and
On
wee-wees.
YouTube. On YouTube, Happer. On YouTube, it's okay. It's legal.
Beringer fan says, check the back seat. Nick thinks How I Met Your Mother is better than Seinfeld. What rock does he crawl under?
And I hated the end of that
That's
show.
tough.
The last few seasons. Hey, there it is. Seinfeld, Mr. Bookman, PPs and wee wees. 6.9 thousand views.
Wow.
Give me those sweet views, baby.
Nice job.
Yeah, I do what I can. I have a few videos that I randomly uploaded to my 9 subscribers.
I want to go to your YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'll send it
Josh.
to you.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
All right, I should probably delete one of
9
these.
subscribers.
One of them is Scott Frost saying at least a share.
At least a share.
I have a lot of people where it's saying things. Jin Yang says old man. Did you ever watch what was the show? You remember that show?
Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever watch Silicon Valley?
No.
I just wanted the clip of one
You
of the
are
characters.
ugly, dead, alone.
I just wanted the characters saying old man.
He goes.
He's prank calling.
He prank calls the main character. What was his name? TJ Miller's guy.
Yeah. Oh man, that guy sucked.
Erlich Bachman. He calls Erlich Bachman. This is you as an old
As an
man.
old man.
You are ugly, dead, alone.
I'm mad. I didn't know anyone else watched that show in here.
Great show.
That's awesome.
I liked it. I don't think I finished it, but I liked the show.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Bye, Nick or Happer.
Nick, you're out of here. Bad
I'm
take.
tired.
You're gonna come produce?
Yep, sure.
You rip Seinfeld. You're out of
Yeah,
here.
see you later.
No, have a good day, Connor. And please don't shave the beard.
Oh yeah, that's
or
how
if you
this whole
do,
thing
make it a
started.
gimmick. At least like shave half of it.
No, I don't plan on it. Thank you guys. I need you to hold me accountable because I can't.
Now it is your face, and if it is itchy and irritable, then
It is, but I just got to get it taken care of. That's all. Just got to do the right things.
Put some lotion on it. It puts the lotion on the skin.
PPs and
Or it
weeds.
gets the hose again. All right, we
Bye-bye.
will continue
Bye.
with a Tuesday Grum. We're all back together again on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Yep. It's Tuesday.
Oh, good to be back on a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday.
I'm glad we don't do that anymore.
Oh, I miss it.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I mean, there's nothing stopping Nick from worming that thing back into the regular rotation.
That's true. He could.
But you know what the problem is?
What's that?
The stupid video and it's copyright. Can't do it.
Oh, rats. We can't anymore.
YouTube has just prevented us from playing the On a Tuesday song.
Sad. Very sad.
Which means that Josh and I just have to keep doing it
On a Tuesday.
like that. That's the workaround.
See, I think that should get us in trouble too.
Nope. You're allowed
It's
to
the
sing.
same song. It's allegedly in the same tune.
It's us
even with
performing.
Josh shout singing.
But it's
it.
us
I did it
performing
in normal volume. On a Tuesday. Normal volume.
Oh, see, you downplayed
On
it
a
there.
Tuesday.
That, see?
See, no,
Yeah.
John, we're parodying it, so it falls under parody law. That's true. We can do
Yeah, you're
that.
allowed to parody law, John. Sean wants to know.
Yeah.
I feel like we should have a scroll for the show today
Oh?
that
Why?
explains why you're wearing a suit.
Ah.
Because Sean asks, why does John have a suit on and why doesn't he jack it off? Yeah, you're jacket on today instead of jacket
you know how
off.
cool it is out there today?
Well, yeah, but we're inside.
It is kinda warm in
Famously,
here.
we are doing the show inside.
I'm fine.
I think I want to take off my sweater. It's getting a little warm.
Yeah, a little toasty woasty.
Yeah.
I'm actually quite comfortable.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Do you want me to put that up then?
I mean, it would probably ruin Nick's little super there, so maybe not the best
No, I
idea.
won't. No, I won't.
It'll scroll over it a little bit.
No.
Want to bet?
The crawl on the
Uh-huh.
bottom?
It's going to show up on his.
Well,
little
let's
thing.
find out.
All right,
Oh,
perfect.
John is wearing a suit today. I could put down what I
Riveting.
see. Josh asked the same question. He walked in. He said, "Why are you
Yeah,
wearing
he goes,
a suit?"
I'm here for your funeral.
I said,
I said, oh, am I getting fired?
Your funeral.
Oh, man, see you later. I did all that prep. I did.
Would that be your reaction? Hey,
I-
you're getting fired.
I mean, I'd
the prep.
I'd be a little confused. I'd be like, what? For what reason? Thought the show was going pretty well. We're having a good time. Oh, look at the
Yeah.
Oregon Ducks picking up a dub. You pick Ohio State on Friday? I haven't listened to
I
predictions.
did.
Nice. Point for your guy.
I also picked them, I think.
Nice. What did Michael do?
Mm,
Was he Ohio State? Was I the lone duck?
No, I don't think so.
Nice. Good take, Michael.
What was it a 1.5? Was that the spread?
3.
3.5.
Oh,
Yeah,
3.5.
I think climb, man. It was a wild week. All right, you got it.
Yeah, I was not happy.
Oh, that was so funny. God, that was so funny.
Why was it funny?
Because I like it when Ohio State loses in funny ways. The Cowboys lost in that way a few years ago, and you thought it was funny.
Well, that's because the Cowboys.
Yeah, Ohio State is college football Cowboys.
Oh, they're not that dysfunctional.
No, I know they do win.
Glory hole.
Yeah.
All right, so
All right.
See?
Oh, it pops Nick's
Oh,
thing up.
yeah,
That's
see,
perfect. All
see?
right. Hey, you win. You win. Thankfully, you didn't make
I
a bet.
thought that's how it worked.
That's cool. All
You
right.
remember when we used to use this all the time?
All the time.
Yeah.
Look at us. We're on video. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
I've seen other places, other radio stations do that, and
Yeah.
it looks bad. It looks too clunky, looks too crowded.
Wow. So you say, get this off of our screen.
I mean,
Nick
this
is the
a fun
director of
bit.
video.
This is a fun bit.
He's
I'm
good.
good with this for now.
All right.
The fan in Dallas should have had their crawl going
Oh
today
my
when they
gosh.
had Jarrah on saying a crazy old man is on the phone right now and he's shouting at us.
Yeah, Behringer fan, not one, but 2 comments in a row with the same thing. It looked like just changed a couple of words around. I'll read the second one because
Yeah.
I assume that's the edited one. There could be some great content regarding the NFL day today. Hope it's not all about Jerry. All I want are softball questions, Jones.
Glory
Hey, if
hole.
we talk a lot of Cowboys, don't blame me. You think I want to talk about that tire fire of a franchise? Absolutely not.
You mean you didn't enjoy Sunday's game
No.
like the rest of America?
No. No, thank God I was tired and laying down watching it on my
Yeah,
bed.
probably a good idea.
Yeah. And then I went to a bar and I had a lot of wings, and the wings were spectacular.
Nice.
The game, not so much.
Mhm.
But the wings.
But the wings were good. I don't know how much Jerry Jones we're going to talk today, Beringer fan.
Well, we do have the audio, so we'll
Audio.
because it's
I like that show. That's a show I listen to sometimes.
at double speed.
Double speed. I listened to Jerry Jones at double. Hey, it made it easier to listen to with his hemming and hawing and some of those answers. Did you listen to the whole interview, or just the clip that
just
is making the waves? I'll fire your ass, which he didn't.
a few of the clips, a few
not
of the
great.
clips.
I got a hot take market though about the Cowboys today that we. Can
Well,
get to
that's
later on.
another thing that's on the Grum down here,
Oh, let's
presented
get to
by the referees at John Higgins Weather Card. The Mets get their split. Cleveland will try to get theirs.
That's
tonight.
baseball. Sadly, no Farron today to talk about this.
Yeah,
with.
we're hoping that at
I
some
am sad.
point he signals us by, maybe
Is he going to do the Kirk Herbstreit thing where he talks to us on the plane? Did you see that?
we
Why
should have
doesn't he
done
just
that.
pay for
Yeah,
the-
why didn't he do that?
Yeah,
Why
hop
doesn't
on
he
the
just pay
StreamYard.
for the plain Wi-Fi?
Yeah, he's on Sirius
Actually, yeah.
XM account.
Yeah, they probably will pay for that. It's like
You
$8.
bet.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think he just
they're
didn't want to talk to us.
I mean, he's 35,000 feet closer to their satellites.
That's true. The Wi-Fi should even be better up there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's true.
Are the Hoosiers overrated?
Some people think so.
Oh, yeah, they do.
We have
John's
a,
just stoking the flames more.
we have a poll question.
Is the question, are they overrated?
Well, the actual wording of said question.
Yeah.
Let me pull it up because it's been a little bit since
Been a while.
checked this. The actual wording of the question is: to what degree do you believe that Indiana football this season is overrated?
Oh, perfect.
The answers are very overrated,
Oh.
slightly overrated, not overrated, or actually push-up glasses,
Oh, yeah.
underrated.
Mm.
We will discuss, and you can vote at the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
Okay.
Let's see.
Brunsey.
Yep.
Sipple.
Matt Weaver. Forgot
Oh,
Matt
I thought
Weaver.
you mentioned Matt. My bad.
Yeah,
I did not.
apologize, Matt.
Matt Weaver's coming on here in a few minutes to talk about Indiana.
We can ask him that question. Are they overrated or are they underrated?
Sure, why not?
Overrated and underrated, properly rated.
I'd be curious to see what the
Seriously.
boots on the ground are reporting is saying. You mentioned
Mm.
Brunch, you mentioned Sip.
Mm.
You mentioned the hot take market. Geez, it's like you looked over my shoulder.
It's like
when
I knew
did
what
this.
happens on Tuesdays.
On a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday.
Speaking of the hot take market, Jera is shopping at the Costco of hot take markets because he's buying it in bulk. For this
Jera?
take. Jera. He's your buddy, your boy.
No, he is not those things.
He's got to get a bunch of hot dogs to prepare for the glory hole.
Yeah.
I'm just going to pick against him every week.
The Lanning loophole. We got our answer.
We did get our answer.
And a strange but true stat that favors the Mets. I saw this
Ooh.
today
Ooh.
because the Mets won yesterday.
Yeah.
They famously lost
They got shut out.
the first game
Yeah.
9-0
Yeah.
to the Dodgers.
Yeah. Dodgers had a nice little streak of not allowing runs.
Do you know that every team who has been shut out and lost by 9 or more runs in game one of their postseason series went on to win the
The
series?
series? Wow. How many times does that happen?
5 times.
Wow.
5 times it has happened where a team has dropped game one. And I'm not sure if this is all playoffs. Yeah, it says all time in postseason. So it's all playoffs.
And what are the parameters again?
that you got
Shut
shut out and lost by at least 9 runs.
That is wild. First of all, that it's happened that many times. So this
well,
is the sixth.
I remember one time it happened.
Uh-oh.
And boom,
Which one was
84
that?
Cubs.
Oh, they won 9-0.
They won 13-0.
Oh wow.
So it's 9 or more runs. It doesn't have to be just 9-0.
And you
It's
won
just
game 2, right?
Yeah.
That was back when the NLCS and LCS were best of 5.
Uh-huh.
So,
Yeah.
not great. That was the
Yeah.
last year it was best of 5. Not great. That was your favorite team of all time, right? John loved the 84 Cubs. Would they have won the World Series?
Tigers were really good.
Yeah.
But of course we would have won the World
Yeah,
Series.
screw those Tigers.
Would have been better than the Padres. They dropped it in 5.
I didn't know
morons.
those used to be 5 games.
Yeah.
The LCS, when it first started,
7 feels like too much for something like
I mean, too few.
too few.
Yeah. No.
No, too much. Too much. 7 feels like too much.
the World Series,
I know the
back
World
in the very,
Series.
very
Do
beginning.
you think the
was best
CS
of
should be
9.
best of 5 still?
Yes.
Wow, that's a take.
I do.
No.
No way. Best of 7.
I think the World Series should be the longest one.
I mean, I understand that logic. The World Series for a few years back in the aughts was a best of 9.
Yeah, way long time ago. Way long time ago.
So anyway.
Oh, wow. Congrats to the Mets.
Yep. Mets win.
No,
Mets win.
I'm going with the Dodgers.
Mets win.
Andrew says, for some perspective, I live in Dallas and 105.3 The Fan is the Homer Cowboy station down here. There's a reason why Jerry doesn't take interviews with the other Dallas sports talk stations.
Well, doesn't he get
Yes, he gets paid. It's the home of the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah, it'd be like,
again,
it'd be like it's like the Matt Rule show showing up on the Pinnacle or
correct.
Husker
That's
Sports
why
Network.
we don't have Matt Rule on. Also,
But we do talk to Coach Mack.
Again, I listen to that show sometimes, and I don't think those guys are homers at all. Especially one of them, Bobby Belt. He is very antagonistic towards the Cowboys. In a good way. He should be. They suck.
I think
He there, Josh Peterson? Is he to the Cowboys what you are to the Huskers?
You know what? People might. That is not that out of bounds of a comparison. He very much reminds me of like how he approaches Dallas, kind of how I approached Nebraska in recent years.
Mhm.
He grew up a fan.
I think a lot of it is you can't afford to be that way in a market like that that's so competitive.
Afford to be what?
To be like mega homer.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Especially for that franchise.
Yeah, well, especially if things are going bad. It'd be real easy to lean into it. Like
if you're in Kansas City right now.
Like sports talk around here 30 years ago was a freaking breeze.
Yeah, what do you
because it was literally, the rest of the world disrespects us, type stuff.
And they're idiots and they're the best.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's a different world now.
Mm-hmm.
A much different world.
Times
And I think outside of when, because people are going to bag on Jarrah for threatening this dude, but literally Dan Snyder did fire people.
He did do this, yeah.
And he owned the radio
Yeah,
station
so
that his team's games were on, and so they were painted into a corner.
Yeah, that's the difference. Is he doesn't own 105.3, so
Right.
he can't actually fire people.
Right.
And he could try to put pressure on him, I guess, but
He could. But,
that'd be wild. I don't think that.
and they're paying him to, air the games.
Yeah, and the other thing though, and like I'm not on the ground there, but the level of apathy with that franchise right now is incredibly high. So I don't think that the mentions of those guys right now are like, you guys are being jerks to Jerry. They're all probably saying, hell yeah, get his old ass. He sucks.
Yeah.
Everyone's pissed off right now. Bad times.
402-951-1620. It's the 42 Degrees The Source hotline by your mom's house. Josh, you finished a marathon. You should.
I did. You know what? I did. I said that on Sunday. At least the marathon went well.
Yeah.
I have my family.
You could have been like Good Morning
I have
America
my wife,
guy
I
who
have my
blew up his knee.
I could have done that.
Or his Achilles.
Achilles.
Or you could have done what Tommy Hill apparently did. Apparently the plantar fasciitis burst.
Ouch. That's bad.
But it was a good thing.
Yeah, it's weird that it's actually better for that to happen. With the planners. I don't understand it. Yeah, I got my dog, I got my wife, I got my family, and I have you. There you go. At least I have you. The Cowboys are going to let me down, but I got you.
Yeah, but the Cowboys losing makes me happy, so that should make you happy.
No, not really.
Christian's friend got a full dose of what it's like when I'm enjoying
a Cowboys beatdown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was laughing. Well, the thing was, we had the Falcons game on the big TV because he's a Falcons fan.
Yeah. Okay, well, he's an idiot.
But actually, that was the best game of the late window. All the others were blowouts.
It was a pretty bad
it was
window.
The best game.
After a good noon window, right? Wasn't the noon window good?
It was very
I didn't even
good.
get to see much of the noon window. I got to see a lot of the later window, though. That was lovely.
Very good. Yeah. All right, so coming up next, Matthew Weaver.
Nice.
Of the Hoosiers 24/7 sports site. The name of the site, I'm going to need to ask him about this. If you know, it's called Peegs.com.
Oh, yeah. I've seen this and heard about this. Yeah, I don't know the reference.
I don't know what's in reference to.
That could be another one of our
We
questions.
can find out. You know what? It's probably a very overrated name, just like Indiana is, according to some people.
The analytics love it, though.
The analytics love
Big
Peegs.com. The humans are like, nah, overrated.
Not so much.
We will talk about the Hoosiers next. Welcome to the Grum. 1620 The Zone. Big noon kickoff on Saturday. Around these parts in God's time zone, we call that 11 a.m.
Yes, we do.
But in Bloomington, Indiana, they are stoked for this matchup with Indiana and Nebraska as the Hoosiers are 6-0. They are the first bowl-eligible team in America, not in the Big Ten, in America. That happened it's got to be your bowl 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 10 days ago.
Matthew Weaver joins us from Indiana's 24/7 sports site, Peegs.com. Matt, welcome to the Grum. We appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for having me.
We had to ask, Peegs.com, where's that name come from?
The guy who started the site, his name is Mike Pegram, Pegram.
Bingo.
And that's where it comes from, his last name. I don't know if he created the Peaks or if that was a nickname that was bestowed upon him. He swam at IU back in the 80s. And he started the site. So, like I said, I don't know if that was a nickname that was given to him or he created himself, but that's where it comes from.
Awesome.
All right. Makes perfect sense. What also makes sense is that Curt Cignetti has done a tremendous job in just a half year at the helm of Indiana football. In your view, Matt, what is it about him that he has brought to Indiana as a coach that others have not?
Well, I mean, these are kind of, overused words, but I mean, he's changed the culture. There's a level of accountability. He's obviously an experienced coach, not just necessarily at this level, but as a head coach. He's one of these guys, man, to me, a coach is a guy, when you go into a place, you take somebody else's players or obviously in this situation, he brought in, a number of new players, but they've been losing and you immediately, affect change. That's coaching. I mean, that's what it is. And he's able to do that. He's done that at the places he's been in the past. He's just really good at what he does. I know it sounds simplistic, but it really is. He gets people to buy in, not just the players and the staff and the people in the program, but now it's starting to seep out into the fan base, which obviously, you guys know, you've been in the Big Ten long enough. The fan base here is pretty tepid when it comes to football. The support is it ebbs and flows, and it's not usually very 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 high. It's obviously more of a basketball school, but he's gotten people excited. He's gotten people fired up, and obviously, as you guys mentioned, they have a sellout for Saturday. They've sold out the Michigan game in a few more weeks, so it's just what he's done. It's just he's got a plan, a blueprint. He talks about it all the time, and they follow it. And he's just the culture is so much different. We haven't been to practice in a while, but when you watch practice, just the pace, the attention to detail, it's just not like anything that I've seen. And I've been covering this program since 2008.
Matthew, before the year, I wonder what you thought was possible with this year's team. And I guess I have to imagine they have exceeded your expectations to some degree. So, like, what did you think? And now looking back, like, maybe where were you off and in terms of how they've been able to do what they've done?
Well, I honestly did say before the season, I thought 6-0 was doable because, you looked at the schedule, the 3 non-conference games were not difficult. UCLA obviously went through a coaching change. I thought Maryland would be a test because, Maryland offensively can give you some problems. Northwestern up there and that, it's a weird stadium and weather, and they do play good defense. But I thought they had a chance to go 6-0, so things came together, and obviously they did that. Where I've been surprised is they've won every game obviously by double figures, kind of the dominance that they've displayed in winning these 6 games. That's kind of surprised me. I thought there might have been a few games that were more down to the wire, where they had to maybe make a stop late or go get a touchdown or field goal, whatever it may be, to win the game. So that's kind of surprising. I predicted 8-9 wins. I've kind of altered that because after seeing them play, I think they may get another win or two. But they're better than what I thought. But I really thought they had a chance. I mean, Indiana last year lost 5 games by 1 score, and I'm including Penn State. The Penn State game at Penn State was 9 points, but that was basically a 1-score game. Indiana was tied it up. They got down a touchdown, and they had to score. And there was a fumble, and the ball went in the end zone. And Penn State or Indiana jumped. There's a safety, so it was basically a 1-score game. So I mean, this team wins 3 of those 5 games. Curt Cignetti is not in Indiana right now. They're a bowl team. That's how close they were. I mean, I tell people they were close, but yet they were far away.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like they were close on the scoreboard, but there was a lot of things within the program that really needed to be fixed, and he's obviously fixed them.
So, Matthew, following up on that, I wonder what you think now, 6 games into the season, their first off week this last week. What has been definitively answered that you had, and maybe what are some questions that you have about the 2024 iteration of the Hoosiers moving into the back half of the schedule?
Well, I thought they would be good offensively. His background and, Mike Shanahan and Tino Sinceri, who are the offensive coordinator and co-OC, and Shanahan's wide receivers coach and Sinceri's a quarterbacks coach. They've done this where they've been. I mean, James Madison's been one of the best offenses, and I know I get a different level, but they've put up really productive offenses. So they've even been better than I thought offensively. I mean, I think they're at like 47 points a game, whatever it is. Now, obviously, the schedule has helped with that, but they're still moving the ball at will on people pretty much week after week. Defensively, I thought it would take a little bit of time. They were better early on than I thought defensively. They had some hiccups against Northwestern. I think my biggest questions going forward is they're playing their frontline guys on defense are playing a lot of snaps.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got like, McCall Kamara, their defensive end. He's got to be at like 90% of the snaps, which is a lot. Can you maintain that? You still got to be, Nebraska is going to be physical. You got Michigan and Ohio State. They're going to be physical. Even Michigan State. I mean, there's some physical games left. Can you stay healthy over the final 6 games? Because the depth is a little bit thin, especially on the defensive side at certain positions. So that's probably what my biggest questions are. I mean, offensively right now, they're chugging along so well. I don't have a ton of questions about them offensively. But defensively, I like their starters, and they've been playing pretty good football overall. But Jalen Walker got banged up against Northwestern. He's supposed to be back to linebacker for this week. Cincinnati said yesterday he's good to go. But if you get some injuries, how much is that going to impact how you play going forward?
Matthew Weaver joining us from Peegs.com. It's the Indiana site from 24/7 Sports. What one of the things that's amazing to me is, and we knew that, Curtis Rourke had good pedigree, came from Ohio, was a MAC player of the year. But, after sitting out last year, coming back this year, his top 4 receivers all come from different places. Surratt was Jim Madison, Price from Tech. Cross was a teammate of Rourke's at Ohio, so he had at least chemistry with one guy, and Cooper was a holdover from Indiana. How did that chemistry come together so quickly?
I mean, they all were here in the spring, so that definitely helped. And then obviously, a lot of work. Coaches always say, good teams, really work well, in the summertime when the coaches can't be around. But yeah, it's been pretty remarkable how. And here's the thing, 6 games, 5 games after 5 games in the season, Indiana has the best scoring offense and one of the top passing offense, all that. And their two leading receivers from last year, Don McCulley and E.J. Williams, between them had 2 catches. And McCulley has since left the program. He's gone back into the portal. E.J. Williams had 1 catch. His first catch was at Northwestern in week 6. So it really is pretty hard to believe. I mean, that they've been able to do this. Curtis Rourke, I thought it was a good pickup. I really thought he would play well. I think he's played even. I mean, this is a guy that he's not just one of the top 3 or 4 quarterbacks in the Big Ten. He's playing like top 4 or 5 in the country at this point in the season. There's a long way to go, and he's got to keep it up. But he's been spectacular. I mean, he's been everything you could ask for and even more. And my guess is the coaches would probably say they're a little bit surprised at how high of a level he's playing at, because it's been. I mean, quarterback play at Indiana hasn't seen this in a long, long time, and he's been huge. And how they've developed that chemistry, I assume it's just the hard work out on the practice fields when they've had a chance to do it on their own, and obviously when they're there practicing with the team, getting those reps in. But it's been pretty unbelievable to see how quickly they've come together.
Surratt obviously leading the way in terms of receiving yards. Who is that second guy that Rourke you think looks at most often, whether it's Saturday or just moving forward this year?
I would say either Omar Cooper or Miles Cross. And you mentioned that, they have that connection Cross in Curtis Rourke from Ohio. Omar Cooper, I think, is the second leading receiver on the team. And stuff is pretty spread out. I mean, it changes from week to week. Against Northwestern, Keyshawn Williams had a big game, the transfer from Wake Forest. Miles Cross had a big game at UCLA. Omar Cooper's had a big game. So it can change. Surratt's been the one guy who's been consistently right at the top most weeks. But I would say probably Cooper or Miles Cross. And then Miles Price, he may not have the volume, but he's had some big catches this year where they've had third down. He seems to be the guy. He's a starting slot receiver that they've really looked to, or Curtis Rourke's really looked to, at times when he's needed plays. But that's the thing. I mean, they may not have, what you call a big time stud, but they've got so many different guys. I don't know who you key on when you play them defensively. Who do you try to take away? Because if you try to take away Surratt, then Cooper and Cross get you, or if you do the other guy. So there's just a lot of weapons, and the running backs have obviously played well, also.
Yeah, speaking of those running backs, Matt, Ellison and Lawton have 13 combined rushing touchdowns. What have been the strengths of these backs? Do they have different roles on the team?
Yeah, well, they're kind of similar. They're all about the first three guys that played. It's pretty much been Lawton and Ellison, and Kalon Black has gotten some playing time too. They're all about the same size, like 5'10", 5'9", around 205, 210. Ellison's probably a little bit more explosive than the other two, and they all three got some bursts, but he might have just a little bit more. I think what I like, they have great vision, the instincts. They run incredibly physical. I mean, I've said it before. I mean, it's interesting. I was saying this to some other media guys. Indiana's lead receiver and their leading rusher started their careers at the FCS level. I mean, it's incredible. I mean, Surratt at St. Francis and Lawton at Stony Brook. And look what, they've been such tremendous additions for this program. So, but just the way they run, they hit the hole. There's not a lot of dancing, and the offensive line. If you have a good running game, the offensive line is obviously a huge part of that. They've done a great job, opening holes and protecting Rourke. So, but I just, it doesn't matter who they put in there. All these guys, they run, kind of like their hair's on fire. I mean, there's no pitter patter. It's get the ball and go. And even when the running game is stalled a little bit, maybe for a quarter or half, they keep at it. And it's almost every game they've had good rushing stats by the end of the day.
Matthew, you mentioned earlier, questions moving forward would probably be on the defensive side of the ball. I wonder where you think they could be had versus this Nebraska team that has certainly had some interesting results on offense, got off to a really nice start. Things have stalled a little bit over the last couple of games.
Well, I think with a lot of teams, a quarterback who can make some plays with his legs. I mean, Northwestern really in the first half, it wasn't really like designed plays. It did seem like Northwestern's quarterback, and it's Jack Lausch. I apologize if I know it's Lausch. I might have his first name wrong. He was really hurting him with scrambles, and he did a great job. And then they hit some pass plays. So I would say if you can protect your quarterback, and I know obviously Dylan Raiola is a very talented guy, incredibly talented. If you can protect him and give him some time, then he's probably going to be able to find some guys. I mean, listen, as good as your DBs are, Indiana's corners, I think, have played pretty solid. You can't cover forever. I mean, you got to get the quarterback off his mark or make him uncomfortable in the pocket. So if you can give him some time, then there's going to be some plays to be had. Overall, the run defense has been pretty solid. I mean, there's maybe a few times here and there where they've had some leakage, but I think overall they've been pretty solid. But to me, with all football games, it starts up front. If you can stop the run and you can run the ball a little bit, you're usually okay. But that to me is the biggest thing. If you can keep Raiola clean, keep that pocket, somewhat clean, and when it does break down, if he can get out and scramble, they had some issues with Lausch scrambling, like I said, against Northwestern, and that kind of hurt them.
Matthew Weaver joining us from the Indiana 24/7 sports site, Peegs.com. You mentioned Kamara earlier, who was one of the top sackers last year. He's already got 5 sacks this year when he had 7.5 a year ago. But I think the other thing that stood out to me, Matt, was the top 4 tackle for loss guys were all defensive linemen, and the top 3 sackers are all defensive linemen. So those guys up front are really getting good penetration into the backfield.
Yeah, they don't coach. Brian Haynes is the D coordinator, and he was the D coordinator for Signetti at James Madison. They don't blitz a ton. They will blitz some. I mean, it's not like they don't blitz at all. But yeah, they really try to rely on their front 4 guys. And Linnell Carr on the other side from Kamara, he's a holdover from last year, a transfer from West Virginia a couple years ago. He's a guy that's really improved this year and showed some flashes last year. But yeah, they've done a great job, the interior guys, and those guys have done well. Like I said, the depth's a little bit thin, but a little bit better D tackle than the defensive end. But Kamara, I think he's 6'1", 265 maybe. Got long arms, but he doesn't look the part maybe prototypically, but just a relentless motor, really good player. Just knows how to play the position, gets after it. He's been a stud. I mean, there's really no other way to put it. And you wondered how it would transfer. it's one thing for James Madison to play 1 or 2 Power 4, Big Ten type level teams a year, but to do it for 9 weeks, how would that and so far it's translated pretty well. Now, like I said, there's still half a season to go, but it doesn't seem to be slowing down at all for him.
Matthew, is there anything you need to see on Saturday beyond a win to like definitively tell you that this is a playoff, like a true playoff contender, or do you think you've already gotten there?
No, I think they got to keep doing what they're doing, and I know people are talking about the playoff, and I get it, especially now that it's 12 teams, but I don't want to sit there and act like and say moral victories. If this team doesn't make the playoff, it's not that's not going to define. In my opinion, won't define their season. If they do, great. There's other things that go into that. And being in Indiana, you're probably going to have to stand out more than some other teams, especially if I don't know how you do the voting or all that, but you're probably going to have to overcome some reputation, I guess. So just keep doing what you're doing. I think Saturday, I think the offense will, I think the offense will be able to move the ball and score points. Can they take care of the ball against a Nebraska team that's done a really good job? I want to say they're +7 or +8, and they've got like 7 or 8 picks this year. So they're obviously their defense is doing a good job of taking the ball away. So Indiana, they got a little lucky against Maryland with 4 takeaways and didn't take it away once, still won that game. And some of it was their own luck. The defense stood up, and none of those takeaways turned into points. But you can't do that against going forward. Nebraska, if you turn the ball over 4 times and don't get any takeaways, you're not winning this game. There's just no chance. So just keep doing what they're doing, and if you get to that Ohio State game and you're 9-1 or possibly 10-0, I think then you can really start talking about the playoff and where you might be seated, all that kind of stuff. But they've still got some games in front of them. This isn't going to be an easy game. Washington, Michigan State, they still got some toughies before they can start, looking ahead to possibly being in that kind of a conversation.
Matthew, final thing, just give me a sense of what the mood is like in the community. This is a program, to your point earlier, Indiana fans have always been kind of blasé about football with good reason. It hasn't been a successful program, but you get the big noon kickoff, the sellout crowd, the 6-0 start. Is this the biggest thing Indiana's football has seen in the last 50 years?
It's probably pretty close. I know in the late 80s, when Bill Mallory was the coach and they had some great seasons. I remember 87, I was a kid. I actually lived in Michigan at the time. They played Michigan State for a chance to go. And this is obviously a different era back then, to go to the Rose Bowl. And it would have been their first time in the Rose Bowl in 20 years. So, there's been, there have been very few and far between, but there's been a few moments, but this is as big every game going forward is going to be like this. Assuming, you win Saturday and then you got Washington the week after, every game is going to be bigger than the last game, because obviously if you keep winning. So people are fired up. Like I said, they sold this game out middle of last week, I believe. So it's been about a week ago. The Michigan game just sold out. Washington, I think, is close to being sold out. And then the other home game they have left is Purdue. And I would think that one, especially if you're going into that game 9-2, 10-1, something like that, and it's a rivalry game, I would think that game will probably come close to selling out. So there hasn't been excitement around this program like this probably since 19 or 20. And 20 was obviously such a weird year because we couldn't go to the games. It was COVID. So people were excited, but you couldn't actually go out and share in the excitement of watching the team play because all the stadiums were empty. So it hasn't been like this in a long time for sure.
Matthew Weaver, Peaks.com, covering Indiana football and Indiana sports. Matthew, we appreciate it. Thanks. Looking forward to it this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. Have a great week.
You bet. Matthew Weaver joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. I think one of the big questions coming out into this game will be just the mental side of it.
For the Hoosiers?
For both teams. If we broke down some of the numbers, and we'll talk a little bit more about this later in the show, but a lot of Indiana's strengths match up with a lot of Nebraska's strengths.
And the weaknesses.
And the weaknesses match up with the weaknesses. So in a lot of ways, the mental side of it, we saw Nebraska not respond well, especially in the second half against Illinois. Did they learn something from that? And what will happen when they're up against it this week? How will they respond? Also, this is uncharted territory for Indiana. Yeah. This is even with Jim James Madison having a good year last year.
Nothing like this.
But famously, last year, James Madison, they hosted a big pregame show.
And they lost.
And they lost that week to Appalachian State.
Yeah.
So, well, some of those guys, the 10 or so guys that transferred in, well, they learned from that. But then you've got the whole team to think about, because sometimes in these moments, when you get these newbies who haven't been on this stage before, when they really face it, when the attention is there, it changes everything.
Yeah.
And so I think both of those questions could tell us an awful lot about what happens.
Biggest game that this program has, I mean, I don't know if I want to say ever had, but it is a huge game, certainly in recent vintage. I know he mentioned the
certainly
COVID,
in this generation.
Yeah, he mentioned the COVID year, but it's just so different because of the stadiums. Like this is going to be a moment, an opportunity. You talk about the Illinois game, Nebraska, the first time that they're kind of on that national stage again as a ranked opponent, and they faltered. They lost in the second half. They blinked and they went away losers. The thing that I'm curious about with these two teams at this moment in time is that they've already played 6, and then they both have the off week at the same time. Great opportunity for some self-scouting, right? Like what can you see? What have you learned about yourselves, about your strengths, about your weaknesses that you can apply towards this game on Saturday? It's so funny. Nebraska plays Indiana, a month ago. We're still like, wow, look at Indiana. They've gotten off to a good start, but we were feeling so much better about Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
But now a few weeks later, and we're like, what's going on with the offense? The defense is finding itself again. Can the defense make enough plays, and can the offense return to form? But again, a month ago, we'd be saying, wow, this could be a high-scoring affair. But now it's, the defense are going to have to do their job, or else Nebraska's not going to have a chance. Can the offense find itself again?
Don't forget about the third unit.
Yeah.
Which today feels a lot more doom and gloom than it did
Which
a
is
month
wild
ago.
because it felt bad then,
Sure.
but it feels horrible now.
Right. 5 block kicks later changes your perspective.
Katie says, this guy's chugging Kool-Aid. Is he worried about losing his credentials?
Who shade?
Nice.
We're gonna discuss this a little bit later on. The idea if Indiana is overrated and why people have pushed back at some of the conversation around them, especially when you just merely quote numbers.
Also, this coming down from Albert Breer that Tom Brady has been approved as the minority owner of the Raiders, which is just the dumbest thing. I
have no idea how that's going to affect his broadcasting because
it's going to affect it greatly in theory because he can't do anything now. He can't criticize refs. He can't criticize refs because he could get fined because he's an owner. He can't go to any of the production meetings. He can't go to any of the practices. Why are you doing it? It's just a vanity play. What are you doing?
Maybe he regrets being on the broadcast end, and this is his way of
he wants to
quiet quitting.
I mean, sadly for him, he is. Has that crew had a good game this year?
No, they've had blowouts every week
because they had the Cowboys and the Browns. That was a bad game.
They've had the Cowboys 4 times, and they've all been blowouts. Only one in the good way. They had the Eagles Bucks game,
and that was a blowout.
That was a blowout. They had one more game. I can't remember what it was, but I don't think that game was
so
good.
Maybe now, granted, this has been in the works for a while, but
yeah, that'd be hilarious.
It is one
all
hell
the games.
Of an escape pod.
All the games suck. I'm leaving.
You know what? These games are terrible.
Yeah.
Now he's going to go and help own a team that also plays a lot of terrible games.
They do. Now they don't have a receiver anymore.
No, they don't. We'll talk more about that as well as we continue. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grim for Circus Sports Iowa. We're at the time of year where there's a football game for you every single night, which means you can use your hub for all things pro and college football every single night in Circus Sports Iowa. Live in-game lines that update every break, props, totals, futures, and of course, those tight money line splits. Let's look at one of the games you can play tonight. The total on Troy, South Alabama, 54.5 points. And if you want to get your pick in for Thursday night football now, the tight money line splits have the Saints at plus 114 over the Broncos. And if you're a real sicko and you want to wake up early to watch the Patriots and Jags in London town, the Patriots are 5.5-point dogs. Whether you want to do it with football, do it with Circus Sports Iowa, the sportsbook designed to let you bet like a pro anywhere in the state of Iowa. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633. Brady awesome? Is Brady awesome?
Here's a name we have not heard in a long time.
Stalin.
Oh, that I haven't heard Stalin in a long time.
Why did you sound excited when you said Stalin?
Oh, he said Stalin. I
Yeah,
sounded
but-
excited because Josh was right.
He said it like he says shopping. Stalin.
Stalin. Out of all the dictators we talk about, we mentioned Stalin less than like Pol Pot.
I know.
or
I mentioned
Mr.
Pol
H.
Pot every now and then. Anyway, who do we not talk about enough,
Mr.
John?
P.
Oh, is it who Theo guessed? Is it Carl?
Carl.
Oh my gosh, what a story.
Carl.
So,
Now, this is about high school sports, right?
yes.
But it is not about Nebraska high school sports,
and
right?
and it has nothing to do with
Forfeiting
teams
games?
dropping the rest of their
All right.
their schedule. Carl Pelini is the head football coach at Cardinal Mooney in Youngstown.
Okay. That's cool.
Well-established high school program, one of the better programs in the state of Ohio.
Cardinal Mooney.
Mm-hmm.
Catholic school.
Oh, sounds like an SNL cast member.
From the funny days or the non-funny days? Hope Stibbs is out there listening right now.
According to a police report filed Friday
Okay.
with the YPD, that'd be Youngstown Police Department, Pelini was in his office after
YTPD.
losing a game to Warren Harding.
Wow, this is the contraction wars.
Well, no, it's Warren Harding was
He was
former
a president.
from Ohio.
Oh,
Who did
his
you
name
think
was
he was?
Warren? I thought it was like Warren. Like there was a school Warren.
No, this isn't-
Oh,
and
no,
then
no,
they
no.
consolidated.
You don't know about Warren Harding?
This
No,
isn't-
I know about President. I just didn't know his name was Warren.
Hmm.
Anyway, continue. Sorry.
Yeah, anyway, when a player's father entered his office and allegedly sucker punched Pelini in the face.
Wow.
The report claims that Pelini exchanged words with a football player over concerns about a fight on the field during the game.
Wait, real quick. The report says Pelini exchanged words. So he exchanged words with the player, the whose father came and
Yes,
punched
this
him.
is the father of said player that Pelini exchanged words with over concerns about a fight that happened during the game. The report says the father barged through the doors and asked who had been giving his son a hard time.
Real quick. Is this the other team?
No. This is, I think it's,
I guess it doesn't say.
no, you're right. It doesn't say.
Because I'm trying. I've read this story now multiple times, and I'm still confused by like.
It does not specify if the player was one of Carl's players or one of the Warren Harding players.
Because exchanged words with a football player over concerns about a fight, like, doesn't that seem like something where the player's father would get mad because don't talk to my son, you're not his coach? Like that is what led to
Possibly.
it? Okay.
Yeah, when I originally read the story, I thought it had to do with, Pelini was chastising one of his own players.
Sure.
But it doesn't specify. Well, the report says that Pelini had blood on his face near his left cheek and chin, and he may have broken some ribs in the incident.
What in the hell?
Wow.
Sucker punched
Yeah.
with some rib shots?
Feels
The
more
report
like more than a sucker punch.
Also
Yeah.
states that the football player was present during the fight and alleged that he was physically involved.
What in the world?
Wow.
So you know what this sounds like? This sounds like those two reprobates who were White Sox fans, the father and the son who rushed the field and
Back
bum rushed the Royals
A couple decades
third
ago.
base or first base coach.
That was a long time
Yeah,
ago.
that was about 20 years ago.
I was in 8th grade, I think.
Yeah. So Carl's
Youngst-
back in the news.
Jason Simon, he told 21 News WFMJ rather, which is an NBC affiliate, Channel 21. We are aware of and are actively investigating the report of an assault at Cardinal Mooney High School on/about October 11th involving Carl Pelini as a reported victim. Validated police report has been prepared and released by the YPD record room so that the public can be accurately informed. Ongoing investigation. Weird. Very, very weird.
It is strange.
He has often been involved in strange stories
The vibe of that locker room has to be really weird right now.
for many reasons, probably. Unless it was the other team. I mean,
that would
I
still
have
be
some guesses, John,
Do you have some guesses?
that I'm not going to say on the air. But
Yeah.
I'm certainly, there are thoughts running through my head right now.
Oh, there were thoughts.
Father, son. Very interesting.
Mothers.
Yeah. Mothers. Poetry.
Poetry. Stibbs' mom's inbox.
Yeah, you never know.
I'm talking about her email inbox,
Yeah. Oh, the Equitable Bank inbox?
her Equitable Bank zone
And that's
inbox.
not a euphemism.
No, it is not a euphemism.
Her zone
It is an
inbox.
email inbox.
What's
Check out
happening?
her zone inbox.
If those of you older listeners of the Grum will totally understand what we're
You're
talking
laughing
about.
in your car right now.
Yes, you are.
Or at your desk.
I guess we should fill everyone in on the joke. Apparently, there was
Poetry
poetry sent to Stibbs' mom
from Carl.
Oh,
But she
Explains why the
sadly,
father got involved.
we were going to have Stibbs dramatically read the poetry,
Couldn't find it. She deleted
but
it.
she deleted the emails.
Very sad. Very sad. Steve says, wonder what happened to Bo Pelini. He's probably living
Bo's
in,
retired.
Yeah, he's living in Youngstown. He's cashing him checks. I think they finally paid him off. Didn't they? Didn't
Yeah, they
Trev
paid him
finally
off.
pay him
He's
off?
no longer getting any residuals.
Mm.
He doesn't get residuals when Nebraska wins.
No, he does not.
Wouldn't that be something if he got residuals?
If he had to root for him.
He got residuals if they won. Hey, you know what?
GBR.
For every win, it's like anytime your commercial airs, you get paid in residuals.
you could argue that they wouldn't be where they are now if it weren't for me.
That's true.
I was part of the path.
Wow. What a wild time for
It is a
for
wild
Carl.
time.
He's always been involved in that other story about him when he was down at Florida Atlantic.
Yes.
Ugh.
Yes. Matt Hayes reporting today.
Oh,
Actually, it was late yesterday, but there was the big meeting. The
Meteor?
Summit, the summit between the Big Ten and the SEC.
It's a comet. You can see it tonight.
And according to sources, Matt Hayes, USA Today, that the two leagues could face off in as many as 12 to 16 regular season non-conference games a year. But the idea is that it would be an addition. Well, it would be another thing that both leagues could sell for extra revenue. The
Sure.
motivation for this is to generate more revenue because the House settlement is going to require revenue sharing. And so they're thinking, well, if we create this Big Ten SEC football challenge and sell that as a separate package of games, we'll make more money.
the funniest thing about this story to me is, and I'm going to read from the Dennis Dodd report. Sorry, John.
Yeah, that's all right.
Sources said eyes were opened this season after administrators saw the earning potential of games like Texas, Michigan, and Alabama, Wisconsin. To which I say, how did it take until 2024 for them to realize that like games between big brands like draw eyeballs? I flabbergasted is how I would describe my reaction.
These aren't
to
the smartest people in the world.
Man, we realized we could get a large TV audience if some of these big brands play. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Good job. Oh, good work. Can I get your paycheck, you absolute pinhead?
Yeah.
Don't hate it, obviously, in theory. I love watching games between big programs. If this solves the problem that we have, or the concern that we have had about non-conference games going the way of the dodo bird, awesome. The negative, of course, is it's only between two leagues, and of course, it's the precursor to what we know is coming.
Yeah.
But if it means Nebraska gets like a home and home with LSU, sign me up.
My question is how are they going to be able to do this outside of the existing television contracts that each of these networks have? They already signed away their rights.
See, I'm always confused by that stuff too, because it's like the NFL carving out this new thing for Netflix. Like, how
Right.
did you do that? Unless it's like a 13th game. Are we talking about an extra game?
I can't imagine that they would do that.
I don't know why the agreement can't just be if the game is at a Big Ten home site, it's either on Fox, NBC, or CBS.
Well,
and if it's an SEC,
and
it's on ABC.
I mean,
or
that's what it
ESPN.
is now.
Yeah.
But what they're hoping to do is carve this package out like the NFL has carved out the deal for Netflix so they can make extra money.
Yeah.
Now, the NFL, maybe the Big Ten and the SEC wrote some of those things into their contracts too, because obviously the NFL had it written into theirs that they could carve out these games.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe they have it written in there where they can do it so they can sell it to a whole nother network.
Yeah. Odd. Very odd.
Coming up next, Michael Bruns. Talk about yesterday, what Matt Rule had to say, and also looking ahead to this Tuesday. This is Tuesday. Looking ahead to this
I
Saturday.
mean, I'm excited for next Tuesday. It's going to be a great day.
On a Tuesday?
I don't know why. It could be game 7 of the ALCS.
I just realized something
Uh-oh.
about a Tuesday a few weeks from now.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We're getting very close to that Tuesday, John.
Oh, yeah.
Three of them.
But remember, after that, no more of those commercials.
Oh, man. It's going to be a great day.
I think I have them all memorized now.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Because they advertised in every football game I watched this weekend.
Yeah.
And I watched a lot of football.
If you got the quad box going, you just got to remember, turn the volume, then do a different game. I'll listen to that announcer that I hate because I don't have to listen to a political commercial.
They make it annoying to watch YouTube.
I bet they do.
16:20 The Zone.
There's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
I can't believe I've let it go this long without acknowledging, but yes, this is a blessed day. Happy 17th anniversary to those who celebrate. It was a red letter day on this radio station and on this radio program when Harvey Perlman decided to part ways with Steve Peterson.
Wow, that Steve Peterson getting fired can now go to R-rated movies without its parents.
Yes.
How exciting is that?
Yes.
Congratulations.
And it had a good first year of behind the wheel driving in a car.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's great.
Brunsey, welcome.
Hello, Brunts.
We're getting close to when Bill Moose was hired too, right? Aren't we in the ballpark?
Oh my God!
We are.
Wait a minute, hold on. Let me
Dude,
look
I think that we actually might have passed that one already because that was the day. Wasn't that the day after the Ohio State game? Nobody knows. Okay. I thought he got hired the day after the Ohio State game in 2017.
William H. Bill Moose was named Nebraska Athletic Director on October 15th, 2017.
Boom.
Happy anniversary to those who celebrate.
I wasn't buying those flowers for nothing today for that anniversary.
Oh, Bill Moose.
Go and have a piece of pie, a cup of coffee, or a glass of beer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever happened to that third row, Bill? They're drinking beer now at the stadiums. Nice take.
I need to find a diner and go talk to some people.
Oh, yeah. Hey, it is election season, Bruns. There's a good story in there about that. Instead,
and remember, we're all still anxiously awaiting the arrival of that book that he's writing.
Yeah, Bruns, they always do that. They go to small town diners. I saw a video of a small town diner in Georgia this week. You should go to small town diners, but ask about Matt Rule. That would be a fun angle to take instead of like, what do you think about, Medicare for all? What do you think about Matt Rule being the head coach?
Just a leading question. You know what I missed? Fullback.
Yeah. Now, you could get some video content out of that, Bruns.
Oh, my God.
You could get some video content out of that.
Oh, my God.
Uh-huh. Hey, Bruns, is Indiana overrated?
Oh, loaded question.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. I think they're a good team. I think they're a good team. I don't know. I mean, I saw John besmirching the name of Nebraska football with statistics today on Twitter, but
sorry.
but I do wonder if perhaps the schedule that they have so far played does not weigh into that a little bit. But I don't know. I mean, I think this is from like the Indiana perspective. I think it's probably fair to say that you're going to learn quite a bit about Indiana for this game. Is that fair to say? Like, I don't know if that makes them overrated, but I don't know that we've gotten a really good examination of what Indiana is yet.
No, I think
that's fair to say.
That's absolutely fair. Yeah. I mean, it's what you can say on one hand, hey, this team's really good and the numbers show it. And we would also like to see them against, fighters that are a little bit closer in their weight class.
Yeah. No, I think they're a tough team to kind of wrap your head around, I think, because I think they're good, but I want to see it against a team that's, like you said, a little bit higher weight class. I think I would be okay with that. It's an interesting matchup, though. I mean,
I think it's a great matchup.
Teams that teams that have weaknesses that the other team, can maybe take a little advantage of a little bit. So,
where would you grade Nebraska's confidence, at midway point of the season? Because, we were talking a little bit earlier, and, if this game, this particular game this week is played 3-4 weeks ago, there's a lot of confidence around this program. But the last couple of games, because of the sputters and the fits and starts, and maybe Dylan coming off his worst game of the season, that maybe confidence isn't quite there. Being around the team, or at least around the media conferences the last few times, have you sensed any change in the mood, the attitude, or the confidence of the team?
Not really. I mean, it seems like they seemed like a team that was kind of at ease today. I don't know if that was, coming off the bye week and just feeling good about life in general, but it didn't seem like, that you kind of had like the nerves of, what you would expect with kind of a couple of ranked teams playing each other on a bigger stage. I don't know. I mean, it felt like guys were kind of ready for this. I don't know if, the way that it's in some ways it feels a lot like the Illinois game. I mean, teams are ranked about similarly. There's some attention on it, but it's not like you don't have like an Ohio State or somebody like that that you're getting ready for this week. So it's kind of a unique deal, but it felt like, and it was a lot of veteran guys that we heard from today too, but everybody felt pretty dialed into me. I mean, I didn't think that there was any shaken confidence based on how things went against Rutgers. And I mean, maybe that's the nice thing of the bye too, is that you kind of have a little bit more time to stew over what happened and the things that you maybe didn't do right. And full week of practice to kind of get all that out of your system a little bit. I guess that's maybe the bye week coming at an okay time for that.
Along those lines, Bruns, the question that you guys tackled on the pod today was changes that Nebraska can make coming off of their off week. I wonder what you think is and isn't realistic in terms of what they could change and what they could get better at in the back half.
Yeah, I don't know if it feels like it's probably more of a personnel thing. The way they practiced this week, it was one full day of just the young guys and the red shirts and things like that. And I mean, maybe that's an opportunity to see if you have, a James Williams 2.0 somewhere on the roster that you didn't know about. They did a mix of old guys and young guys, and then they did the travel squad later in the week against the scout team. And, I don't know if there's a ton to unlock. I think the thing that I've appreciated in, with 2 seasons of Matt Rule is that they really do, and it's not just lip service, kind of take the bye week as an opportunity to really self-scout and see what they can do better and not do better. And, I don't know if there's, something that they've missed or anything like that, but I do wonder if you maybe see a little bit more of a paring down of personnel. I mean, they kind of implied that was coming on special teams with guys that they know can make plays. So, I think that's kind of the big thing. I don't even know if it's kind of like a reshifting, because you're in the middle of October. It's going to start getting cold. It's going to start getting windy. I'm curious to see if it's needing to focus more on the run game or something like that. But I don't know that there's like wholesale changes that you can make, but it's just probably a little bit more tinkering at this point.
Matt Rule mentioned yesterday that it could be a good week for more Javen Wright with his athleticism and given what Indiana brings on offense. Do you think maybe he was even underselling how many snaps he could be active for? I think he quoted like 30 snaps on Saturday. Could it be higher than that?
Yeah, I think it could get higher than that. It was right around 25 against Rutgers, and I think he was in on one of the possessions sort of the end of the game where they were going tempo and he got stuck out there, and that might have been the reason for the increased snap count. But I mean, it seems like it's a game where you're going to need a guy that can play tough against the run, and he can do that. He's got the coverage skills to match up with tight ends or wide receivers, and has good ball skills. So it feels like it should be a game for him, if he's up to it, to get in there and play a little bit more. I mean, I don't know if people can really understand like how difficult like the schedule that he's kind of working with is, where like he literally does nothing in terms of hitting or anything like that during the week. And the first hit that he takes for the week is in the game on Saturday. And, part of that's to preserve, and keep him healthy, but also, you think about kind of trying to get your conditioning back up to a point where you can even play 30 snaps. That's a pretty big deal. So, I think if he's up to it, I think they'll put him in there and use him, because it feels like one of those games, and kind of, maybe Colorado, but outside of that, Nebraska hasn't had a ton of games where, they were going to have to really defend a lot of the pass. So it really does kind of feel like a game that's tailor-made for him if he can do it.
Hey, Brents, another kind of existential question for you. Do you think Matt Rule feels as confident in this team as he did a month ago?
Yeah, I think he does. I mean, I think he feels like better football is in there. You know what I mean? Like this team has still not played a complete game. I think you've seen that they can be explosive on offense, even though that maybe hasn't shown up the last couple of games all the time. And the defense, I think, is kind of rounding into a form where they're going to keep them in a lot of games. So I think there's some confidence there. I mean, I think there's probably some legitimate fear at times about special teams and what that ultimately means for, playing one-score games when you get into November. But I get the sense that there's still confidence that this can be a good football team. I mean, I'm trying to think back, like that like quarter and a half stretch against Purdue, is that the best they've probably played in the last 3 or 4 games, as a team?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I mean, it feels like there's a game in there where they play 3 or 4 quarters of good football. And I think if they do that, they can definitely beat some teams that are left on the schedule.
Do you think with the apparent emphasis that they spent during the off week on special teams that we'll notice changes? And not just that, hey, they're better at it or it hasn't been a tire fire this week, but do you think we'll see some things that are like, oh, that's a new wrinkle. That's something we haven't noticed before.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe if they get a little bit more aggressive with things, you'll notice it. It's probably like if they're able to avoid the big catastrophic things, it's probably one of those things where you get to like late third quarter and you kind of realize like, oh wait, they have not spilled a giant pot of chili in the middle of the office yet this game. Like that's kind of how it happened. And so, I mean, I think you kind of have to be, aware of the fact if that's not happening. But I do think, they can be a little bit more aggressive. I think they probably would have even called that fake punt earlier in the game against Rutgers if they had it to do over again. But, really for them, it's more about steadiness, I think, on that side of the ball of like, just do your job, block the guy that you're supposed to block, get the snap where it needs to be, get the hold down, and give the kicker a chance to get a good swing at it. So I don't know. I mean, it from what he said yesterday, it seems like it was going to be a little bit more of a fine tuning on personnel, but it's not. I don't think they need to go out and be world beaters on special teams right now. I mean, I think you just have to be steady, and if you do that, I think that's good enough to not hurt the other two phases of the game.
You have no idea the coincidental timing of that chili analogy because we're watching The Office right now in the studio.
Oh, nice.
We have reruns. Power rankings of food that is really good but also looks the worst when spilled on a floor.
That is number one.
It's a very specific, very narrow-minded draft, but
yeah, mac and cheese would have to be probably up on that list too if you spilled it at the wrong time. Just a big old container of mac and cheese just everywhere.
I think it needs to, it's got to be liquidy, right? I mean, we're like
cake. It's just like, it's messy, but it's not. It's not liquid.
Like a bowl of cereal with milk in it. If anyone ever ate the cereal alphabets, just little pieces of letters all over the floor with the milk. Also, not very attractive. Spilled on a floor.
No.
Yes. Yeah, you ain't getting that. Chili's not coming out of the carpet. No chance.
Oh, I think about that every time. In fact, we had chili this past week. I think about that every time when it was during the second half of the Cowboys game. Went upstairs, got some chili,
about it.
Came downstairs, and I mean, it was probably right around the moment where they decided to run the hook and lateral play with the offensive lineman.
Jerks.
I could have spilled that chili.
Yeah.
At that moment.
It was a bad weekend of football.
Thank you, Bronson.
Yes, it was.
For some of us on this call.
Yeah, it was a horrible weekend.
It was a great weekend for others of us because our team didn't play.
Yeah, shout out to Nick and John. Their teams didn't have to play this weekend.
Yeah, that's smart on their part.
Yeah. Sadly, they have to play next week.
Yeah.
All right, Brunsy, have a great week. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Yep. See you guys.
Bye, Bruns.
Michael Bruns of Husker247.com. The chili was very good, though.
Oh, that's great, John.
It was very good.
In
fact, we might still have some. It might be leftovers tonight. So if it is,
hey, spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Hey, John, you're gonna spoil your dinner.
I just spoiled my dinner. Didn't I?
Guacamole, says Dan, for the spilling and
and
color.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Still, that visual of Kevin walking in and just spilling the chili all over the office floor. It just
funny.
Instantly goes from, ooh, this looks like a delicious pot of, oh, it looks like vomit.
It definitely did look like vomit.
Sad.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, are the Hoosiers overrated?
I cannot wait to tackle this question. It's a great question.
And we will have results of our poll question, which you can vote on right now on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Or if you care to drop us a line via the email.
Yeah,
via Stibbs' mom's inbox.
My email wasn't refreshing, and I just realized that it wasn't, and so I clicked refresh, and now I have 16 emails. So I'll start working my way through some of these emails.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder why it did that.
Yeah. Very odd. But now it's back. Look at all these great emails from listeners that were happening during the show, and I miss Carl Polini jokes that I missed. Stalin conversations.
This week's Zone Deal is DeKalb's Pizza, and it's more than just pizza. They've got steak, seafood, pasta, fresh salads, tasty charred wings. There are many different options, including carry out and delivery.
What?
3 locations in Omaha.
What?
This week's Zone Deal, $50 worth of vouchers for only $25.
Nice.
Listen to the Happer Show this week to win $50 to Cops for free, or just join us on the website, 1620thezone.com, starting Friday morning at
9 a.m.
1620 The Zone. Don't you know that Cheeto dust is going to get all over the equipment?
It won't.
And then they're going to have to replace the board.
Oh, no.
Nick's having Cheetos.
Yeah, the look on
I
your
noticed
face
they
as he
had-
just dumped it all over his little napkin over there was funny.
We have
I noticed-
jalapeno Cheetos now.
Yeah, well, I noticed they have like 2 different varieties in there now. They got the OG and they got the jalapeno cheddar.
We got OG Flaming Hot and jalapeno.
Oh, there's 3?
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of those ones. I've had them.
The
jalapeno
jalapenos are my
cheddar?
favorite Cheetos.
Yeah. Not a huge fan. But hey,
I mean, I love jalapeno chips.
whatever floats your boat.
Jalapeno
too.
chips are really good.
I like jalapeno chips. Just not
I don't need with Cheetos.
Yeah.
Just give me the OG. I don't need the flaming hot. I don't need any other. Just give me the OG because it's already flavor and it's perfect in every way.
I'm sick of the Flaming Hot. Whatever the generation below me is, loves Flaming Hot things.
Wow, so did the
It's like
generation
they're-
above you. My generation loved Flaming Hot as well.
I'm over Flaming Hot.
Well, I think it was when I started working here with John and he said something. It was just like the flavor is hot. That's all the flavor is. It's
Yeah.
not like a flavor. It's just
it's just hot.
spicy.
Yeah.
Yeah, not for me.
Yeah.
I
mean,
tried to like it for a long time.
Just give me the OG Cheetos.
Jeff says the Buffalo Cheetos are fire.
I don't know. They
There's
made.
Buffalo Cheetos.
Cheetos out
I've
of
not
Buffalo.
seen this nor heard about this.
I like Takis, but so they have. I call them white people Takis, where they're just like basically Cool Ranch and nacho cheese Doritos, but Takis. Not
You know
very
what
good.
Takis are?
Mm-hmm.
They're not very good. If you're gonna get Takis, you gotta get the spicy Takis.
And that's chips.
And that's Chip Talk.
Chip talk.
Chip Talk
Chip.
on 1620 The Zone. So
Indiana time?
we put out a poll question. I put out a poll question last night
Yeah.
because this all started.
Because you were trolling Husker fans. Unreal.
I
disappear, and this is what the show turns into for a day.
know.
Yeah.
It's one of those deals. But, I put up some graphs.
They were good graphs. I love the radar chart.
The radar chart. We found out what it's called, too.
We're going to do some more stuff with this later in the week as
The
well.
radar chart.
Yeah.
And
It's on your radar.
again, these are, what is it? That's about 15, 16 different stats. And it's in a circle. And the further out, so if you think about it in a perfect circle, that would be you are 100th percentile in all of these
I think
categories.
16.
So the goal is
You want it to be
the biggest, most perfect circle possible.
Yes, exactly. And so if you have like Indiana's, one of theirs looks like a Pac-Man a little bit. You don't
And
want
Nebraska's looks like a Pac-Man with a neck.
Yeah, and that's what you don't. It looks like E.T.
Yeah, it
E.T.,
does kind of.
You don't want that. You don't want there to be mouths. Waka waka waka.
Right, because that implies that at least in
There's
one category you're particularly bad in.
Yeah.
But if you notice the same thing that Nebraska's bad in, which is rush explosion, this is Nebraska's offense versus Indiana's defense.
Yes.
Is also a weakness with Indiana, and a lot of the strengths that Indiana is good in, especially a lot of passing and early and late downs EPA, is also an area where Nebraska's offense is really good, right?
Yep.
So the weaknesses, and this was the offense versus the defense, and then went back one. Oh, you know what?
Did you forget to upload it? Oh, there it is.
There it is,
Hey,
right
Aaron
there.
Rodgers.
There it is.
Oh man, this is wild. I know you mentioned it yesterday, but the defensive numbers in terms of the advanced metrics really do not like Nebraska as much as the traditional counting stats do.
Correct.
Because it adjusts for and that's why.
But again, a lot of strengths for Indiana are similar strengths for Nebraska's defense. So a lot of things match up. And then I also pointed out, the fact that just looking at some of their receivers, and of course Rourke, the quarterback, who is number 1, number 2, or number 3 in a lot of different categories, both traditional and analytical categories. He averages the most yards per attempt.
Yeah.
He's got one of the best completion percentages in college football, very low touchdown to interception ratio. But when you look at their receivers, if you just looked at their EPA per target, their top 4 receivers would make up a better group of receivers than if you would have taken any of Nebraska's other opponents and made an all-star team.
Yeah.
If you would have taken the best receivers off of all the other teams Nebraska's faced, including Colorado.
Yeah. And hey, that means Ohio. Wait, this is just the ones they've
This
played.
is the ones they played. The ones they played.
Because Jeremiah Smith.
So
is
the
good.
idea is, hey, this is a really good. It's just a very complicated way of saying, hey, this is a really good offense, and a lot of these analytical numbers are opponent adjusted.
Yeah.
So you don't get the same amount of credit for having a really good game or a really bad game against an Ohio State as you would for, a Purdue.
Yeah.
For example, it's weighted a bit towards the quality of the opponent.
Yeah.
And of course, the big argument against Indiana has been, who have they beaten?
See, but the thing that I don't understand about that, and so now to kind of get into the meat of this discussion, and that is Indiana overrated? Nebraska's schedule has also been filled with some poor teams. Nebraska is 5-1, Indiana is 6-0. Their schedules are very similar. The big difference right now, in my opinion, is that they played a team in Western Illinois that is just, that they beat 77-3. That is a really, 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 really bad football team.
Yes.
Nebraska beat Northern Iowa. So the equivalent team Nebraska's was much worse than Indiana's was. But it's not like UTEP is any good. They're 131st according to K Ford. Purdue, we know how horrible they are. Rutgers took a massive step back given, what happened with them versus Wisconsin over the weekend. And so there it is. You look at the Indiana numbers. So their equivalent of UTEP is FIU. And FIU ranks 115th. It looks like are you doing some average rankings? Is that what you're doing right now? Perfect. So their version of UTEP is FIU. UTEP is ranked lower. UCLA, I guess that would be either UCLA or Northwestern is Nebraska's version of Purdue. They also did get Charlotte, who is another bad football team, and then they had Maryland coming to town. What do the averages?
Nebraska's average, and this is just the 5 opponents that are FBS.
That is where they get weighted down. Is Western Illinois in a lot of the numbers is just horrible.
Yes,
so they lower it even that much more.
Right, but we're just counting the
5.
the FBS schools because K4 doesn't rate the FCS schools.
Okay,
Nebraska's average ranked team in K4's power rankings is 76th. Indiana's is 85th.
See, so it's not
a huge difference.
Scott, Nick, you can help us out with this one because Scott says, I see we're glazing the opponent again. What is glazing? Is that good or bad?
I don't know.
I looked up glazing and it looked like it was for window installation. So I don't know what the action of installing windows. John, are we installing windows?
Maybe it's like,
is it a donut thing?
I can't tell if it's a positive or a negative. I don't know. If
I'm guessing it's a negative that we're talking up.
Wait, so
Indiana.
So
we're talking
glazing
up,
is when you talk somebody up?
I'm assuming.
Okay.
Scott,
help
please,
us out.
Please, we don't speak your language.
Yeah. Scott says Illinois, Colorado, Rutgers better than any of Indiana's opponents. Okay, so he is saying that we are being too positive. We're hyping them up, as Peter says. Okay, real quick. Colorado, Illinois, Rutgers better than anyone that they have played. I would agree with that. I would definitely agree with that Nebraska has played. Colorado right now is the best opponent that either of these two teams has played. Now, I would say that the version of Colorado today is better than the version that Nebraska got, but that's neither here nor there.
I agree.
Okay, so they are the best team. Rutgers is probably the second best team on the schedule, but part of that is that Maryland is bad, and Northwestern is bad, and UCLA is bad.
Keep in mind, and one of the reasons why this conversation is a little hard to have, look at what happened to Rutgers.
Yeah, for sure.
Rutgers just got boat raced at home.
Yeah.
By Wisconsin, who before that was like, eh.
Yeah.
So it's hard sometimes to just sit here and make these blanket statements. Well, they haven't played anybody yet. Yeah. When you look across college football and from one week to the next, Alabama goes literally in one half from being the greatest thing on earth
to horrible
to being bad in a game and a half.
Their defense,
2.5 games.
Yeah, their defense in the last 10 quarters is among the worst in the entire country.
And Scott says, glazing is overly complimenting someone. I'm not overly complimenting them. I am just quoting numbers.
That's all we're doing.
I am quoting numbers.
So here's
the point is this. Nebraska also hasn't really played a world-beating schedule. There's a lot of questions about both of these teams that I look very forward to seeing answered
100%
this week. I believe these two teams are in the same weight class.
Yeah, it's just one team is at home and the other is not. And I would say
one team has probably been a little more flashy in defeating their opponent.
That is when I look at Indiana, and I've watched Indiana this year, and look, I do think that there is a lot of helmet watching in this discussion.
Oh, big time.
If I'm trying to think of not like an Ohio State or Oregon type team, but like if Wisconsin was doing what Indiana is doing, they would not be ranked as low as they are. And I do not think that people around here would be like, oh, they suck. Because now part of that too is the history of Wisconsin owning Nebraska and that Indiana is a basketball school. But you just hit on the thing for me with Indiana. If we agree that the schedules are fairly comparable, and that Nebraska has maybe the top 2 toughest teams on it, you have to be impressed by Indiana taking care of business. That's what I am. Sure. I listen to people around here nitpick Nebraska every day this season for not doing this, not finishing drives, not winning by more points, penalties, all of these things. And so then they're like, yeah, but Indiana hasn't beaten anybody. Okay, fine, but they're kicking the crap out of the teams that they are playing.
Right.
They're winning,
So
they're covering.
Yeah, they're getting the style points that you want Nebraska to have.
Exactly. So you can't get mad at your program for not getting the style points and then not be impressed by the team that is getting the style points. And that's what impresses me about Indiana is that, look, they're not making the playoff. I'm not going to buy into Indiana in year one of a new coaching regime. No offense, but like with a bunch of James Madison players. No. Now, is their schedule fairly manageable? Yes. As a listener just pointed out in the text machine, Jeff, is that right? Indiana only has 4 road games all year? Indeed. And they've already played 2 of them. They got 4 home games still to come in the back half. Meanwhile, Nebraska only has 2 home games in the back half of their schedule. Think about that. So Indiana has an incredibly manageable schedule. But I mean,
right now, if K Ford is right,
I know they're going to be in the playoff.
If K Ford is right, they're in the playoff conversation heavily. They're 10. They're projected for 10-2.
I just think so. Part of it for me is college football has been weird. It's always weird, but this year has been very, very strange. And expecting teams to win all the games that they're supposed to, I think, is a fool's errand. Because it just doesn't happen very often, and especially now with a little bit more wiggle room, with the 12-team playoff. I don't expect them to. I mean, I'd probably have them going 10-2 right now, but 9-3 wouldn't surprise me. But look, is there a world where Saturday morning Nebraska comes and punches them in the mouth because they haven't seen a defensive line like Nebraska's? Of course there is. Absolutely there is. And we're like, well, and basically all the people that have been in our mention saying you guys are glazing them.
But okay, here's where I caution everybody to be careful here. Yesterday, I announced it on the Grum. We are in an overreaction watch.
Yeah.
Big Red overreaction immediately following the game this Saturday on 1620 The Zone and 101.9 The Keg. But that overreaction watch is when Nebraska wins and people will overreact by saying, well, see, told you Indiana wasn't that good.
Yeah.
Or they'll overreact if Nebraska loses to, oh, my God, the sky is falling. We're a terrible program. Because already looking at Indiana and deeming them to be overrated or deeming to be lesser than they are. I mean, you're really affecting yourself.
Yeah, don't do that.
Can't we sit back? I mean, of course we can question. And I have questioned who they have played. But you can only do what you can do against the teams you have played. And so far, Indiana has put up the style points. Someone brought up earlier, 2-card Monty on the comment section. A 14-point win over Maryland is kicking the crap out of teams. Yeah, that's their closest game this year.
And they're up by 3 scores with 4 minutes to go, by the way.
And I think they turned the ball over.
That's the thing.
3 or 4 times in that game?
That game, they played with their food more than they have in any game this year, and they still won by 2 scores. And again, they were up 42-21 with 4 minutes to go in that game.
Right.
I thought that the game control throughout that was magnificent from them. Zach emails in, Equitable Bank inbox. Nebraska could have gotten style points if they would have tried to run up the score in non-conference games instead of trying to play 100 players. I disagree. The first game, for sure. They kicked the crap out of UTEP. I'm not going to whine about that. The second game versus Colorado, say what you will about how good or bad the refs were, but they had a million penalties. And Nebraska tried to run up the score, and they were just unable to. The next game, their defense was on the field a whole lot. And fine, even if I would acquiesce and say Nebraska could have run up the score. All right, so what happened in the other 3 games then? What happened against Illinois? What happened against Purdue? What happened against Rutgers? They didn't have the chance to run up the score in any of those games. They had 0 points at the end of the first half versus Purdue.
0 points.
And look, and people are pointing out about the Northwestern game. Max says Indiana did get a late touchdown against Northwestern. Not saying that it doesn't count or anything, but they didn't boat race either Northwestern or Maryland. And that is true. They looked the most
vulnerable.
Yes, thank you. That's the best word for it. In the last 2 weeks, as the competition finally went from dog doo-doo to what it was. And yet, I'm still impressed that they are winning all these games by double digits. But I have been impressed by them since the UCLA game. I watched that game. I came away very impressed because they dominated. They did not play with their food.
And there are good players on UCLA. It might not be a great football team, but they don't have chuds on that team.
Yeah. Max says
there are good athletes on that team.
Do you guys think Nebraska's best is better than Indiana's best, i.e. first half versus Colorado-esque? Probably, but and that's the thing. We have only seen that version of Nebraska for it's the 2 quarters there, and then depending on what you want to do versus UTEP, only a handful of quarters At the very most, I would say we've seen that version of Nebraska for 5 quarters, and we haven't seen it in a month. And the special teams is worse now. And
yes, it is.
All of that.
We've been talking all this offense and defense stuff. We haven't even brushed special teams.
Yeah.
And listen, I don't care who you think Indiana hasn't played yet. Nebraska's special teams are terrible.
Yeah.
And that could end up being the difference in this game.
Yeah. Do you think it's a 1-score game? Do you think it goes down to the wire? Okay. If you say yes to either of those questions, and then you're like, yeah. And so I feel really good because of, I know special teams won't be the answer for you there. The thing that I want to see coming out of the idle week, is the offense for Nebraska, and can they fix themselves like the defense has from their low point? The Nebraska defense low point so far this year came against Illinois in that second half in the 2 plays in overtime. Horrible performance. Had a lot of us questioning how good the defense could be. They've answered the bell in the 8 quarters since. So I really don't have any questions for them.
Right.
I think it'll be tough versus Ohio State. And I think it's going to be hard on Saturday. Can the offense do the same? Because the offense coming out of the Illinois game, I felt really good about it. All right, the running game is still a concern, but you got to love the quarterback. He can make all the throws. The wide receivers were good in that game, good enough. You want to see more from the tight ends, yada, yada, yada. The first half against Purdue, they moved the ball, but they couldn't finish. And then the last game, was really bad. Now, how much of it was weather? Matt Rule brought up the weather again yesterday. I think it played a large part in it. Sure. But can the offense, like the defense, come out of their stinky performance and start playing better? If they're able to do that, man, of course, I think that they could win this game. And they can win a lot of games. And they can get to 8. They could get to 9. But if not, if the offense now is like this new version of them, which is the last 2 weeks, it's going to be tough.
So the answer, your answer to our poll question, to what degree do you believe that Indiana football this season is overrated? Your responses, we'll round up here. 47% say slightly overrated. 38% say not overrated. 10% say very overrated. And 6% say that Indiana is actually underrated. So if you compare, the very and the slightly are about 57% of the populace that responded to our survey. So
not surprised.
Honestly, I thought based on the tenor of the conversation, and again, a lot of times, the loudest folks will speak, based on the tenor of the conversation yesterday and some of the conversation afterwards, I thought that we would get a lot more people saying that they're very overrated.
Yeah.
But again, I think one of the things that's getting in the way, because you brought it up earlier, if this were Wisconsin, people would not be talking like this right now. There is a lot of window shopping that's going on here because it's Indiana and they've never been great at football.
Yeah, it's unfair to say if this was Ohio State and they were doing this, of course, Ohio State has earned the benefit of the doubt and then some. But yeah, if you go with teams in that Wisconsin, Iowa, hell, dare I say even Northwestern, given that they've gone to the conference championship game a few times. If you go to that weight class, I think that the discussion would be a little bit different. But Indiana's a basketball school, This isn't what Indiana does. And look, here's a reason why I doubted them before the year, and that is I think that it is hard to plug and play to the degree that they did with players from a lower level. I think that is very difficult, and eventually it is going to catch up with them. Does that catching up begin on Saturday? It certainly could. Having that
absolutely.
That many players come up from the James Madison level to compete at this level, I think is hard. On the other hand, as I just continue to ping pong back and forth and argue, Sig said it. Google me. Look at his record. There are coaches who win at every level of football. And this is what he does. He wins at every level of football. And I always am impressed by those types of coaches. It's not the hotshot coordinators. No, it's the ones who can win it. Where did Leipold win? Whitewater? Wisconsin Whitewater? I know he's having a bad season, but those are the guys that really impress me because it's it's portable. When you can do it at that level to then the G5 level to then a low level power conference school, I think that you can continue to win at a high level.
Jed puts it very, very succinctly. If you can't compliment a team for being 6-0, then we can't be overly excited for beating that same 6-0 ranked team.
I don't understand this.
So don't cut yourself out at the knees. This would be
huge.
This would be a big win for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah.
A lot of different reasons. Imagine the momentum this will carry. Because remember, Nebraska is on Big Noon 2 weeks in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Not Ohio State, not Michigan. Nebraska is on Big Noon 2 weeks in a row. Imagine if they go into Bloomington, win this game. Is everybody around here who's been saying, oh, it's only Indiana, they're not that good, stop talking up Indiana, are you going to change your tune and then be all like, look at us, yay, and going into Ohio State?
They'll probably move the goalposts again because they just want to be miserable.
Well, probably.
And they lose to Ohio State. See, I told you. They're 6-2. Nobody wants to be happy. Everyone wants to be mad.
People hate being happy.
They do. They're bad at it.
I mean,
as a society, we're bad at being happy.
Well, if you're happy, you can't complain.
Of all the games, and I'm not just Colorado, I'll set off to the side because that was just a unique circumstance.
Yeah.
But of all the games on the schedule, this one excites me most because the matchup looks really intriguing. The questions behind the teams are intriguing. The timing of the game with both teams at midseason coming off idle weeks is intriguing.
Hell yeah.
And then what it potentially means for both sides, win or lose, moving into the latter half of the season. For Indiana, the playoff talk goes from wherever it is now up tenfold if they win this week, because more people will be in on them if they.
This will be their biggest game of the season in terms of eyeballs and people paying attention.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
By far.
And if Nebraska wins, it's going to be a hell of a momentum going into Ohio State. And it at least allows you and allows Matt Rule to tell his players, see, look at everything we have in front of us now. It's all doable from here.
And then
it's all doable from here.
Max points out they get the ranked win off their backs. If you beat Indiana outside of Ohio State, you say there is no team we can't beat. And
Absolutely.
they're not going to say that in the walls, but outside the walls, you can say and see that's where. But maybe people disagree with me because they don't think Indiana is very good. But I think if Nebraska can go into Bloomington and they can win this game, there's no reason to think that they couldn't do the same against USC, that they couldn't do the same against Wisconsin, and they couldn't do the same against Iowa.
Yep.
If they can win this one, they can win any game not named Ohio State on the schedule moving forward.
Agreed.
Will they? No. Can they? Yes. And that would be massive.
And what would that mean? 10-2.
And again, what
And
does
we're
Matt
having-
Rule want?
and we're-
Relevance, playoff conversation.
And we're exactly.
November
You're in
to
the
be a party,
conversation.
at the very least.
You're in the conversation. So don't denigrate this week and what it can mean for this program just because you don't like hearing about this other program.
Yeah. Alan says Husker fans are scared of hope. Yes, they are.
You don't have to be scared of hope.
Hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things. Andy Dufresne said that.
He did.
Princess Leia said it.
Not that way.
Well, he didn't say it. She didn't say it that
He didn't
way.
say that.
Hope.
Also, Princess
she
Leia
said hope.
Also, Princess Leia never had to deal with the sisters.
No.
Bad deal.
Oh, they're bad.
Now she had to deal with
Or
Darth
Coach-
Vader and whatever that probe droid did.
Yeah, we always wonder. Or Coach Siggs.
I
Did
bet
have
it
to deal
went
with Coach Siggs.
I bet the probe droid needles went into her eyes. I think that's what they do.
This is going to be a great game. I can't wait.
I'm looking forward to it.
I know.
I am looking forward
It's
to
going to
it.
be awesome. And then I'll get to listen to Big Red Overreaction afterwards with Gary and...
With what? Who, what?
Already
What
forgot
did
his
you say?
name again. Austin Jacobson, John. Google it like Coach Siggs. Google it.
Google it.
Google it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? If that wasn't enough of a hot take for you,
Oh, is it time?
it's probably time to head to the market.
Uh-huh.
Got to get there before the rush,
Nice.
you know.
Are
Plus
they
that,
playing Rush at the hot take
plus
market now?
plus that, all the little freebies in the aisles. You know, the little sausages and the
Mhm.
and the little cakes that they give you.
What
The freebies? They're
what music do they play at the hot take market? Because I hear pop punk now sometimes at
No. you
Family
didn't.
Fair. Yeah, no, I hear Blink
Oh, I thought
182
you're-
at Family
I thought
Fair.
you were saying at this imaginary hot take.
No, I'm
market.
asking what does this?
It's
hot take
Muzak.
market-
It's,
Oh.
it's the glory of Muzak. Not enough people play Muzak. For those of you younger people, look it up. Google it.
Google it.
1620 The Zone. To the market we go, the hot take market. Josh, did you have a chance to get to the market?
I did.
Did you stop by the market on your way during your run?
Oh,
No.
was it one of those airport versions of the market where everything was priced way more than it needed to be?
I bet the Chicago hot take market's really good because they have both Italian beef and deep dish.
Nice. We did go to one of those markets at the airport today to get food because we didn't have a chance to eat this morning. I got two. Both I could be talked into. I didn't want to go all the way, but maybe you'll help me go all the way with one of them. First, I'll go with college football. CFP we'll have 2 or fewer teams with 0 or 1 loss. I think this college football playoff, whether it's champs or wild cards, is going to be full of 2-loss teams. Look at Alabama. We talked about them a little bit earlier. They had that great start to the Georgia game. They played 10 bad quarters in a row. They are lucky to not have 3 losses right now.
They should have lost that game on Saturday.
Should have lost that game on Saturday.
Their lack of awareness.
Could have lost the game against Georgia. Georgia, speaking of, they haven't looked that great this year. They've been fairly up and down. Ohio State now, they have 1 loss. Texas, their schedule is about to get a little bit tougher. Spoiler alert for Friday. I think Texas is going to lose to Georgia this weekend. So I think you're going to have Oregon. Shout out to the win, man, but they're not perfect this year. I feel like we're going to have some teams that get to 2 losses or more. I mean, even Boise, who is my pick to click from the G5, they played with their food a lot versus Hawaii late on Saturday into Sunday morning. So I think that it is a season filled with flawed teams at the top of the sport. Hell, Tennessee and Bama, they're going to play this weekend, so one of them is going to have 2 losses automatically because of that. So give me a playoff full of 2 and 3-loss teams, given the way things are going so far.
Well, part of that hot take.
Yeah.
I just came over into the same aisle and slapped it out of your hand because mine goes against what you just said about the Georgia-Texas game.
Oh, you like Texas?
Rude.
I believe that Texas
is back.
Will not lose in the regular season, and nobody will play them within 1 score the rest of the regular season, including
is a spicy
this
meatball.
week.
Tell me why.
That's a flaming hot take.
Oh my gosh.
I think Texas didn't play great last week, and they still womped up on Oklahoma.
Can't argue
and
with
that's
that.
a good defense, folks. That's a good defense. Texas this year has given up 20. Oh my! They've given up. This is incredible. 38 points this season.
Not
A
bad.
lot of points.
38 points. The most they've given up was
Not a lot of
13 to Mississippi State. I believe that Texas will finish the regular season. I'm not saying they're going to win the title. I'm not saying they're going to. I'm just saying in the regular season, they will win every game by at least 2 scores, including this week at home against Georgia. Wow. By the way, K Ford has Texas at 11.3 wins.
Wow.
And the closest percentage is not Georgia. It's Texas A&M. 76% chance of beating the Aggies versus 77 for beating Georgia.
Man, that game could be so stressful for so many parties.
And I don't say this with glee, and I don't say this with any celebration.
I love Texas.
The last thing this world
My favorite
needs
color's
is
orange.
Michigan and Texas winning titles in back-to-back years. That's like the Cowboys and the 49ers back in the 90s trading off titles.
GOAT.
Those were the worst of days.
Bring it back. Bring it back.
See, the real hot take is John admitting that he loves Texas so much.
Yeah, that is the hot take.
We
Hey,
do have good barbecue.
speaking of the Cowboys, John. Now, again, I'm not willing to go all the way with this one, but hot take I could be talked into. The Cowboys, who are currently 3-3, so they have 11 games, will go 1-10 in their final 11 football games.
Okay.
What?
Here we go.
No,
this is the opposite of deranged Cowboy fan syndrome. He's overcompensating.
No.
You know, you're not supposed to do that. When you start spinning out on ice
You're not
and you
supposed to
turn
go,
into the spin,
whoosh.
you're supposed to not yank it so far to the other side that you just
The Yank boy.
yeah, you don't want to yank it too hard.
No, they're
You a
horrible.
Yank boy.
Dude, they can't stop the run. Here's why I could be talked into this one in all seriousness. I don't think this team likes itself. I think they hate each other. I think everyone on this roster, I think the coaching staff, everyone is miserable. Everyone involved with this franchise is miserable. Jerry Jones didn't show up the roster. That interview today was a joke because he was getting mad at the host for, like, do you want me to apologize for not doing things in the summer? Yes, I would. Why'd you show up the roster then, you pinhead? Dak and CD are not on the same page. Dak is playing like garbage too, man. It is not just CD's fault. Dak is making some horrible throws. And they can't play defense. If you can't tackle, if you can't stop the run, if you can't run the ball, like they do all of the things the opposite that you want them to do. They are horrible.
Didn't they just beat the Steelers in a game that you said
Man,
they
that was
never
so
win
much
these
fun.
type of games?
I know. That was so much fun.
This
I
is
enjoyed
it.
that game.
This call is related to your hot take.
Well,
if you'd like it.
it's not hot take questions, but I guess it is now.
Well, Andy's doing a pop in at the hot take.
Hi,
market.
Andy.
Yeah, hello, Josh. So anyway, if I was you, I would burn all your Dallas gear.
Yeah.
Burn it.
Yeah.
We
Don't
should do
look
that
back,
anyway.
And I'm inviting you to get on the Niners bandwagon because we're going
Oh,
to the Super Bowl,
gross.
baby.
Andy, you guys suck too, man.
Say what?
I said you suck too, though.
Well, you know what? At least we don't have an owner that has a big-ass ego. And he asked reporters the other day if do you think I'm an idiot?
Yeah.
You're damn right you're an idiot.
Yeah, he's
so
a moron.
why would you even be a Cowboys fan? That old man, as soon as he's
I've been
6 feet
asking
under,
that
then
question
maybe
of
you'll win the
Cowboys fans.
Super Bowl.
You can't choose
How can you root for this
You
evil?
can't pick your family just like you can't pick your favorite team.
Are
You know,
your
there were some other people that said, this just happened to us. We had no idea that was going on.
I was just following orders.
I was just following orders.
Hey,
I was just born into it.
Well, I was, and here I am 36 years later hating everything. All right, 36. Yeah, 36. Cowboys suck. 1 in 10. There's not even a good player to draft. Who cares? Why do I do this to myself?
Here's another hot take.
Hey, it's Tom.
So Tom Brady today,
Yeah.
it was approved
Smile, Tom.
his approval to have a minority share in the Las Vegas Raiders. This now means that Tom Brady is subject to any other league official when it comes to public commenting and things that they are not allowed to do. So Tom Brady now, the lead analyst for Fox Sports, NFL, is not permitted to be at another team's facility. He can't even go there. He's not permitted to witness practice of any team but his own. He's not permitted to attend the production meetings, either in person or virtually. He cannot publicly criticize game officials or other clubs.
What's the point of being an announcer if you can't criticize?
He's subject to the NFL's gambling policy, and he's subject to the anti-tampering policy. This now means that Tom Brady will be the least effective pro football analyst that it's out there, and it has nothing to do with what he knows about the game or his ability to communicate. But he's not going to be allowed to do anything that an analyst needs to be allowed to do.
Yeah, because it's funny. I actually think he's been getting better this year, which doesn't surprise me. It's, you're going to be better in game 5 or 6 than you were in game 1. The last one, tampering, saying like, wow, what a nice throw by Jared Goff in the last year of his contract. Like, that could be viewed as tampering.
Precisely.
Wild.
He is. This is going to prove to be one of the worst hires ever, just simply because he's now going to be milquetoast.
Yeah.
Unless he wants to jeopardize a fine from the league or any kind of a sanction from the league. And now you know what's going to happen. People are going to be looking deep inside and nitpicking and going, ooh, was that that? Was that that? Was that that?
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's bad enough that, you have people that sometimes are afraid to criticize. But now, I'm sorry, man, but Fox, you dropped the ball. You should have said, Tom, you either want to join us or you want to be a part owner in the league.
Yeah. Remember when, who was the announcer on ESPN a few years ago? Mendoza? Was she?
Jessica Mendoza?
Wasn't she involved with the Mets? Not an owner. She was involved with the Mets in some.
Yeah. What was that about?
And it wasn't, or isn't Alex Rodriguez also involved with somebody? Like, I remember when that started happening. Let's see. She, senior advisor to GM Brody Van blah, blah, blah. I think, is she still there? Yeah, she might still be there. I don't know. Like, I don't like it. It's a bad precedent to set because now future announcers are going to want this same kind of crap too. YouTube user, how can he be on site in a booth? Yeah, so he'll be allowed to be on site for the games. He just won't be able to ever go to practice. He will never be able to go to practice. He will never be able to go to any of the behind the scenes things because he would be able to gain a competitive advantage that he could use. The Raiders are the Raiders. So.
Yeah.
Is being a minor, he's the minority owner.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Is that worth this kind of hassle?
For him, it is. Yeah. He doesn't care. It's all vanity. It's all a vanity play. It's about ego and about, being involved at the highest of levels.
Well, then just do that.
Yeah, but
if you want to get into management, just do that.
Because he also still wants to be, he still wants a space out there.
There is power in being on television. television. Charles Barkley,
Yeah,
he
that is
speaks
true.
truth to power in the NBA. Like,
yeah.
you get to call Super Bowls. That is power, man. That is a lot of power.
Well, Josh mentioned it earlier, but you'll hear part of the Jarrett Jones phone call as
Glory hole.
he was not happy with his weekly radio appearance.
Yeah.
And it's week 6 of $25,000 4-quarter pick'em.
Oh!
Your picks are now available for all, not just Zone email club members, but everybody at 1620thezone.com. Last week, our winner was Robert.
Nice. Congrats to Robert.
And you could be next. $2,500. We've been giving it away.
Man, how cool is that?
It's awesome.
I love money.
So go make your picks.
Yeah.
Go do it now.
Yeah.
Before the government shuts us down.
Whoa.
Oh.
Whoa.
I'm going to make my picks during the next commercial break for this weekend's game.
I made my picks yesterday.
Nice. I'm going to do mine next.
On 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com.
Couple of responses to the hot take market. First of all, many people pointing out that you're saying horns up. I heard it too.
I did not say that.
Should have heard what you said
I
during
did
the
not
break.
say that.
John,
Jordan says
your horns are so up, we have to bonk you.
Jordan says, hot take, all 4 NFC North teams will make the playoffs.
Not only is this the first time ever that a division has had all 4 teams with 4 or more wins after 6 weeks in NFL history, but they also all have the best win or point differentials. Now, it should be mentioned that the Bears have beaten a lot of bad teams.
The Bears' schedule, it's like what you said last year about the Cowboys.
But they're like the Indiana Hoosiers.
Oh, interesting. Cowboys last year blow teams out, and you're like, who have they beaten?
And was I proven right in the playoffs?
Well, you will be about the Bears.
And was I?
It's okay, Josh. People said
right
that about
year?
the Dolphins last year, too.
Yeah, and they were right about them as well.
Remember Christmas Eve?
No.
What a fun game.
Everything has gone to hell since the calendar.
Actually,
turned.
you should be embarrassed. Sucks. You should be embarrassed. You only beat them by what, 3? I mean, they've been losing games by 38 points. Pretty bad look on the Dolphins.
Everything's a bad look on the Dolphins right
That's a
now.
Good point.
Last weekend, being a bye week, I didn't watch football at all. It was great.
Wow.
I was happy again.
Yeah.
I forgot what it was like.
Well, let's make me unhappy.
Well, here was Jerry Jones on The Fan in Dallas. He does his weekly hit because, he's a attention whore, and this is the real reason why he does it. It's for the power and for the attention. And, I'll let you just give it a listen.
Okay.
Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over a radio and sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to ask
why.
why.
A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. You're not going to figure out what the team is doing right or wrong. If you are, or any 5 or 10 like you, you need to come to this meeting I'm going to today. There are 32 teams here. You're geniuses.
Jerry,
okay? Y'all really think you're going to sit here with a microphone and tell me all of the things that I've done wrong and without going over the rights?
Well,
now, listen, we both know we're talking to a lot of great fans and a lot of great listeners. And I am very sorry for what happened out there Sunday. I'm sick about what happened Sunday. Now, I'm not talking to these yahoos on the end of this phone. I'm talking to you, the fans that are listening this morning. And we can spend a lot of time going over zigging and zagging. One of the stupidest things I've ever done that anybody has ever analyzed is by the Cowboys. It was an idiot that did that. So idiot things can turn into good decisions. Okay? Smart things can turn into bad decisions.
Wow.
First of all, I mean,
that was my first time hearing
just
that.
threatening is, I mean, that's...
Yeah, because for those who don't know, this is the station
that runs the game.
This is a station that runs the games. So the station pays the Cowboys, right, to run the games.
Well, yeah, the station pays the Cowboys.
Station will pay the Cowboys. So this is and so that's why they've that show has Jerry on Tuesdays. They have McCarthy on Fridays in the mornings. And I listened to the whole thing. It's like a 30-minute interview, and it was one of those interviews where the guest comes in ready for a fight. Yeah. And rightfully so, right? Like he knew that he was going to get asked the questions, and he is, him and a lot of the franchise have been really annoyed with all of the questions about their lack of movement in the offseason, given that he said, what was the expression that he used in the offseason, that they were going to be all in, all in.
Yeah.
And all in is like signing Zeke to, pennies, and he's old and out of shape and not very good anymore. All these things that they have done. And so he came in ready for a fight, but to say that,
that's scary.
That's
power trippy.
It is.
Because that's Jerry thinking that he has the power to go to the radio station, their general manager, and be like, fire these guys and put somebody I like. Otherwise, we're not doing this anymore.
See, and I don't think that he will do that.
No, I don't think so either. But it's obvious right now that he is grasping for things right now. He is desperate to deflect away. And there was an interesting synopsis done by, I think it was Florio, that the one thing that Jera hasn't had an issue with in all these years without an NFC Championship game appearance, the Cowboys are still popular. The Cowboys are still selling out stadium. They're still making more money than any other franchise. And perhaps what you heard there was someone trying to deflect from apathy, trying to, because that's the real concern. The concern isn't winning versus losing. The concern is, oh my God, what if people stop coming to the games? What if people stop liking us? What if people, just instead, because I was once told by a professor, the opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is apathy, because it's the absence of feeling.
And right now, I think that is what is going on. I know that we always joke about it, and then all it takes is a win, and I'm going to be right back in. Not with this team. The roster was not shored up. They were dragging their feet on the CD deal. They were dragging their feet on the Dak deal. And this is a group now that has the same faults, the same problems. And it's like, if you couldn't take advantage of it last year, how are you going to take advantage of it another year? Coach is in a lame duck, year of his contract. Zimmer, who they brought in, I mean, first of all, he looks like he's swimming in everything right now. And he's also on a 1-year deal. And I think a lot of fans down there for like the first real time since the Dave Campo era, I think it's truly apathetic of like, because they're not good. The thing is, they're at least in the Jason Garrett era, they were hanging out that 8-8 range. So it was like, they were always interesting. They're not good. They're not going to be interesting. They're a bad football team, and they're not fun to watch.
Well, the other problem is, and we mentioned this yesterday, after the 16-game home winning streak, they've now lost 4 straight home games. All really, I mean,
don't even count the Ravens one. All of them have been by double digits.
But they trailed
at halftime.
But they trailed at halftime by 15 or more in all 4 games, and they were basically dominated at home in front of their home crowd.
I heard the stat this morning, and I wish I had the exact numbers, but I think in the because last year was the 9 road game, 8 home game statistic. So in the regular season, I think they gave up, it was like 126 at home on defense, and this year in 3 games, it's like 119 or something.
It's crazy.
I mean, like they've gotten so close to what they allowed all of last year. Yeah, they are a bad football team. And like, save me on, well, what if Micah was healthy and Dexter, like all these players? What if DeMarcus Lawrence? What if all those guys were healthy? It wouldn't matter. I mean, I saw what the Saints, who suck.
Micah Parsons has nothing to do with 9 points.
No, absolutely. See, and that's the thing is at least
Unless
the
he's
offense
score.
At least the offense last year, it was able to find itself, and they were able to score. They were able to move the ball. And so when the defense had their down games, at least you knew that the offense could put points up. The offense, again, I don't think the players on the team like each other right now. I think that it's a lot of people that are talking past each other. And while I don't ultimately think that they'll win one game, there is a world where this thing gets off the rails, because look at who they have coming up after this off week. They have the Niners, the Eagles. I know they have a whole host of issues themselves, but they have to play them twice. Mm-hmm. They have to play the Commanders twice. Trying to think of other teams that they have on the schedule.
I believe the Falcons are coming up.
The Falcons are coming up. Yeah, absolutely.
That's a pretty good team.
Yeah, there is a lot of tough games coming up in the back half.
And we talked about it over the summer. I mean, one of the things that gets in this franchise's way, it's about the image. It's about it's all the distractions not about football that I think get in the way. And then you have an owner who does this, and the part in the middle where he talks about, if you guys were so smart, you'd be in this meeting.
Yeah, you'd be geniuses.
Jerry, most of your peers as owners are not the team's general manager.
Yep.
Stan Kroenke is not making personnel decisions for the Rams. It's
embarrassing.
His biggest problem is he thinks not only and he is a great businessman. There is no question. And I said this, and part of it was tongue in cheek, but I said, last 30 years of NFL football has been the best ever. Thanks, Jerry Jones. But in all seriousness,
kind of
the richness of the franchises, all the new stadiums that are getting built, the Rams moving back to LA, just everything that has enhanced the overall profile of the NFL. Jerry Jones has his hands in a lot of that.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes.
If only he could make his franchise as awesome and cool as the NFL is. It'd be a lot better.
But his problem is he thinks he is the smartest man in the room when it comes to everything, including football.
Yep.
And
the guy doesn't know what he's doing. He's a GM and he doesn't know the names of the prospects. He doesn't know the names of the players that are available in the league right now. Because there was one point in the interview, he just kept pushing back. What are we going to do? We're going to go out and get a bunch of players. What are we going to do? You want to talk about the offseason again, don't you? And then they started arguing about the offseason.
Yeah.
It's a joke, man. It's an absolute joke.
Coming up next, Steve Sipple.
Oh, he is not a joke.
No, he's not. 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. From your mom.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul
with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. A simple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak.
Oh,
jeez!
I thought it was on a different button. Oh, damn.
Unreal.
I thought it was on a different button.
Unreal.
You gotta have the on a different button.
John just pulled a me.
Yeah, that's a tough look,
I
John.
didn't see it playing back. I thought you had it on somewhere else. Put it in the log.
He always plays it off the board. No, don't be mad at Nick.
I'm not
This
gonna
is your
put it in the
fault.
log.
Yeah, this is your fault. I said,
Wow.
yeah, tough look for John, huh?
Wow. That's like a game ending before it's actually over. Yeah.
John's premature sometimes.
Wow.
Why would you have it on that page anyway? You have a different page.
What do you mean? Why would he have it on
That's
the
main
page?
page.
His organization.
All
is
the
bad.
opens
It's
are
bad.
on that page.
Yeah.
That's the page.
How are the organizational skills of your producer, Sipple?
I'd say really strong.
Hmm.
And young Ben is from Columbus. So
Oh, so you're not biased in any way about that.
young Ben is a Colombian. Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Good.
How's everything there besides malfunction?
Not bad. It's been an interesting first couple of days.
Yeah.
Because, yesterday here on the Grum, I just brought up some numbers, a lot of analytics, a lot of stuff, just saying, hey, you know what? This Indiana offense, really, really good.
Pretty solid.
And the pushback from some, and I don't want to make it sound like every Husker fan is this way, but there's enough pushback out there of folks who think that, this team hasn't played anybody. They're overrated. Are you hearing that this early part of the week?
Yeah, Sean Callahan. I've heard that from. I mean, yeah, there's that. If you try to, yeah, definitely, and some of it's valid because they played. I'd say virtually nobody. I never go down that road of saying Maryland and Northwestern are nobody because there's Big Ten scholarship players are fine. UCLA. I watched play Minnesota, and I wouldn't say UCLA's nobody. They're much better than you know what we do. You know what we do in college football, and a lot of sports. I mean, I don't think I'm alone in this. You have these perceptions, and a lot of what we do, I think, is figuring out if perceptions are real.
Yeah,
because.
And especially in college football, a sport that is built heavily on perception.
It's built heavily, exactly. Like, I don't know. I couldn't name 3 Maryland players. I act like I know a lot about them. But it's perception. It's what the knowledge you've accumulated about Maryland's program, in John and I's case, over a period of 30 plus years.
50 plus years.
Well,
at least, 40. Yeah, definitely. And that's a lie.
True. It's not, and I would not say you don't know anything because a lot of that history is meaningful. But so I digress. I don't know what to expect from Indiana exactly, to be honest.
What do you know of what to expect from Nebraska now in Game 7 of the year?
It's a good one because they're still. The beauty of it is the reason there's talk shows is these discussions evolve. It's a very good question. Is the defense what it was these last 2 games? Or is it kind of what we saw against Illinois and maybe a little bit of Northern Iowa? Or how much is it dictated by, how much is that conversation, the conversation about the defense dictated by maybe this offense is maybe it's if it continues to sputter, that affects your conversation about the defense, right?
Yeah,
it all goes hand in hand. So, and special teams. So Rule does a good job, though. I would answer it in closing. Rule does a very good job of laying out kind of
what this team is and what it's not. And he did that yesterday when he said, look, we got to get better running the ball, and I'm paraphrasing, in the kind of the traditional run game. And we got to avoid the catastrophic mistakes in special teams, because otherwise a lot of that is trending in the right direction. Dylan's good. The defense is good. So that's the picture in a nutshell.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, Sip, and what you just said about the defense and offense reminded me of it. Like how our view of the defensive side of the ball shifted after the performance versus Illinois, where we asked ourselves, like, oh my gosh, were we wrong? / like, can the offense carry the defense? And now I think of the last two games, and it's like, okay, it's shifted very much back to this team is going to have to win only on defense and defense alone. Like, there is very much a real world where the offense finds itself again, right? Where they're at the very least moving the ball again, and maybe the questions about finishing drives are still there, but they're able. This is still a good offense, isn't it? Or an average, slightly above average offense.
Oh, I think you nailed it. I think it could still end up being a good offense. Okay, now you get down to the kind of the nitty gritty here, and that is the coaching element, because I do think there's talent. Now, I think there's talent at the skill position. And I mean, mostly, I'm talking receiver and tight end.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, and then quarterback. So you should be okay there. But the conversation breaks down a little bit, because I think that I think, this is my personal opinion, that they've tried to spread the ball around too much. And so there's kind of a lack of definition. So I wonder about that. And I also am, now this is where I diverge a little bit from the head coach. He seems at least comfortable with the play of the offensive line in the conventional run game. I don't see enough movement at the line of scrimmage. I don't see the line blowing people off the ball too often. But I mean, that's just me, and I don't. It's funny, football. That's the other thing that's interesting to me about football. There is some interpretation. There's some subjectivity to it. Maybe he sees what he sees up front is to his liking, and maybe mine's influenced by history, where I used to see a line of scrimmage that moved. You could see it from the press box move, literally. Mm-hmm. And now I don't. Now I just don't. I very seldom see it.
What's the biggest thing that concerns you about this matchup, and what's one area that you're not concerned about from a Nebraska perspective in this matchup?
Oh, the biggest concern, I'd say just keeping up with Indiana, connect to Nebraska. I don't. Can Nebraska hold Indiana to fewer than 24? And can Nebraska score 27? To me, it kind of comes down to that. I don't know. I always look at threshold in terms of what the defense would allow and what you can score. And like 24 to 26 seems like a reasonable number. That if Nebraska can hold Indiana to 24 to 26, that they've done it. The defense has done its job. But can the offense, produce 27 points? That's where I would look at it. And if you just pin me down to a player, the 6'2", 210-pound receiver, Elijah Sarrett, he'll be a bear to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
He's good. And, the low-hanging fruit, of course, is the quarterback who concerns me. I mean, why? Because he's 6'5", 223, he's 25 years old or whatever. He's a 6-year guy, so he's deep in his 20s now. He sees the field really well, and he's got escapability. I don't know that Nebraska will freak him out like it might freak a younger quarterback out with its front seven, front four, front three, whatever they're in. Whatever team.
And then what was the other part of the question, John? The thing that you're confident in?
Yeah, I mean, is there an area where you're like,
mature? Just in a big picture sense, Nebraska is a mature team that won't go away. I don't worry about this team Like if Indiana were to get up 17-0, I just don't think you say game over. This team, I like it just its maturity and willing to hang in there and fight. And then and I don't advocate getting down 17-0.
No, I don't either.
But there's a part of it that I'd be intrigued by, and you know what that is.
That's how they respond.
You got to turn him loose.
Yep.
And I mean that you got to throw it down the field. You know, you got to find ways to get it down the field. And I think Dylan would be very good in that scenario. So that's kind of the way I look at the game. And I don't know how this is going to unfold. It's beautiful. I love these type of weeks, you know, where there's a lot on the line and the head coach is very, very forthcoming in that regard. And I don't really know what's going to happen.
You get the sense that at times Nebraska has gotten a little conservative when they feel like they have an edge. And so kind of to that spirit of what you just said there, Sip, do you think this is the week behind or ahead where Nebraska's a little more, we're going to turn it loose instead of, you know, kind of playing the NFL style of, all right, we get the lead, hold out our stiff arm.
My perception is that'd be very dangerous.
Yeah.
To approach it that way, to be conservative, to pull it back. If you get, so let's say you just reverse the conversation and say Nebraska would get up 14-0, and then could it do what it did against Rutgers? No, I don't think it could, because Rutgers, come on, I mean, compare their offense, their personnel to Indiana's. If you just start at the quarterback position, I mean, it's not even comparable, really. I mean, people are talking about Curtis Rourke being maybe first team All Big Ten. He's playing. Now his numbers are that good. He's got the number one passer rating in the conference. Hell, I think he's the number one passer in America. Double check it.
I mean, he's right up there. He's right up there in a lot of categories.
Yeah, so he's much better than Ethan Kaliakmanis. No comparison.
Yeah.
Really.
Oh yeah.
Their skill is much, much better than Rutgers. I mean, if you just go guy to guy, it's not really comparable. Except Rutgers probably has a better Rutgers has a better running back. But receivers, no comparison. So no, I don't think you can play the same game you played against Rutgers or Purdue. So again, that's what kind of makes it intriguing. It adds to the intrigue.
Hey, Sip, it's funny. I wanted to ask you a question about the team a month ago versus today, and I'll read an email that we got first from one of our listeners, Zach. He said, Nebraska's game plan versus Indiana should be the exact same as it was versus Colorado. So that leads into this question that I asked Brunts earlier, and I want to get your take on it too. Do you think Matt Rule feels as confident in his team as he did a month ago? 1 month ago today would have been the Sunday after the Northern Iowa win, so they were 3-0. That felt like a team full of bluster, and him especially, coming off that Colorado win, he was like, I thought the game would go exactly like that. If anything, we should have scored more points. That Matt Rule, in my opinion, isn't really there over the last few weeks. Do you think he's as confident as he was back then?
It's probably harder once you get into the Big Ten, and because of what you guys know and follow all year round. It's a rough league, and I mean it in a pure sense too. It's rough. It's a tough league. So I probably some of that bluster gets beat out of you a little bit, and there's a reality that's staring you in the face now pretty much every week going forward. And that reality is very harsh. It is. I mean, you're staring at Indiana, Ohio State, and what's after that? What's after Ohio State?
UCLA, USC, Wisconsin, Iowa.
Horrible, but man, yeah, I know. Then it gets back to tough. And UCLA, I was sort of startled watching UCLA against Minnesota. They're probably the second worst team in the Big Ten. So I don't mean to say UCLA is a scary team in any way, but they're not that bad. I mean, they'll beat Minnesota. So should beat Minnesota. So no, I don't. I wonder about that. I think it's more about Josh what he sees on the schedule than what he sees from his own team.
Do you think this sets up to be a big day for Dylan? Kind of in the spirit of the same question I asked earlier, but also the fact that, Indiana has not seen any quarterback with that skill set this year.
Oh, no, I think it is. I think all these games are big for Dylan.
Yeah.
He's the Nebraska quarterback. So, they're all pretty big. Some are bigger than others, and this one would be big because of what Rule said, and he spelled it out so well. The stage is pretty big this week, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a game that, Nebraska, this is the sort of game that Nebraska's not only lost, but gotten hammered in a lot. And now you appear to be you're in a game where you're probably man for man better than Indiana, if you just look at the entirety of the roster and compare recruiting ranking and all that, you're better. Now, can you go deliver? That's a lot of it comes down to that, and some of that comes down to can you manage your bugaboos? Because we haven't mentioned, the special teams. Nebraska is managing bugaboos, though. They're doing it. They're +6 in the turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing that. They're taking the ball away, which was a big emphasis. That they're sacking the opponent. They're getting tackles for loss. They've done a good job of addressing issues, and I do believe that they will address the special teams issues. I think they were addressed at a pretty high level during the bye week. You know what though? Going back to Josh's question about Rule's confidence, here we go. You're playing Indiana team that, they do come after you. They'll try to block kicks. So you kind of, that's something that you guys will be watching very closely. Everybody will be.
Hey, what do you think of the SEC Big Ten scheduling alliance rather?
I'm probably not as fun. I haven't seen the particulars today. Is there particulars today?
No, not so much. Just, I guess, more of it in the broader strokes before they hammer out the details.
Yeah, not a huge fan of this whole conversation. A couple reasons. Scheduling alliance. They're talking about scheduling alliance, so that suggests regular season, and they're also talking bowl scheduling. How many is it? You just got to play SEC Big Ten schedule. That's what it's going to come to. That's not. Oh gosh, Josh, you're going to kill me for saying it. But the further we have, when these discussions go down the road, it just takes you away from the college football that I came to love. It's
the romanticism.
Sure.
Well, some of that, but just I guess I put it to you this way: I don't mind, Wake Forest being formidable, or go out to the other Oregon State being formidable, as opposed to just pushing those teams to the side now. And I just use those as examples. You could name some Big 12 teams too, and I don't. I'm not. Sometimes I don't think when we are assessing college football right now, we think globally enough. We get so wrapped up into who's got all the money, where's the power concentration, and is that what it's just going to become? Instead of thinking about, I'll just keep it to the Power Four. Thinking about those ACC schools that have been a big part. Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech's been a big part of college football. It's won a national championship, I believe.
Yep.
And why cast these schools aside so easily? Why are we so willing to do that? Especially as Nebraska fans, where we've seen Nebraska fade, and you're not even as good as some of these teams you snub your nose at.
Yeah.
Not comfortable with it. Not. I feel like I'm in the minority around here, but I think about college football in general, and not just, oh gosh, how's it going to look with the SEC and the Big Ten? What a big flex.
need another NFL. We don't need a lesser version of the NFL.
Thank you, John.
The beauty of college football is the pros exist in the big markets. College football exists everywhere else. And yeah, sure, there's SC in Miami, teams that are in pro markets, but college football is a sport for the people, for the rural folks, right?
100. So I think it's just for a variety of people. And
everyone's got access.
Yeah, why does Lubbock? Why does a little outpost like Lubbock why do we want to forget it when it's been important to us? I mean, Lubbock was in our life, and it was an important part of the college football.
Yes, it was.
Land.
Gave us Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, Mahomes, Crabtree, Leach. Just name 3 guys that are iconic.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why we want to do that. I don't understand it.
It's for the almighty dollar, Sip.
Yeah, that's always the answer, isn't it?
It's always the almighty dollar. Is there now Bloomington's not a regular stop on the tour bus. Do you have a Mexican place in Bloomington, or are you?
No, we don't, because you can't find a hotel there for under $600. So we stay in Indianapolis, and we do have a Mexican restaurant there, as you know, El Toro.
Oh yeah, El Toro.
Yeah, and we're doing the El Toro thing on Friday night.
Now wait, I thought you didn't want last time you were told
because of the early game.
Because of the early game, and you didn't want the weird rumblings in the tum-tum.
That was definitely the message I got the last time around. But then I saw the bill the last time around, and I think it was the thinking became, let's just go pay less money at El Toro.
Mm-hmm. Pay less money and take a chance that there's going to be a line at the restroom.
Yeah. I guess. I mean, I think you can go to a Mexican restaurant and be safe. That's what I'll try to do.
All right. Well, I expect an extra special spicy edition of Sip's column on Sunday morning.
It's one way to describe it.
And an appearance on, will you be able to be on with Michael on Sunday?
Michael, if you're listening, I think my flight is the same as it was after Purdue, which would I probably won't be able to go.
Oh, sad. Sad.
I appreciate your concern, though.
Yeah.
I enjoy listening to Michael's show, and I enjoy listening to you with Michael. You know what?
Isn't Michael something else?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
he filled in for me on Friday.
Oh, he's something all right.
I know he did. I listened. It was good. I mean, Josh, we miss you, obviously, but he's something else.
Hey, by the way, speaking of filling in, Sip, you know that guest chair during basketball season when John travels around, it's always available for you. Just say the word.
Put some public pressure on me. Interesting.
I'm like an owner when the team is bad. I'm Jerry Jones and you're Dak Prescott in this scenario.
Jerry today.
Yeah, what a loser.
Boss is fine.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I'm tired. Sip, it's October 15th and I'm tired. I want to check out, but I can't.
If I could wish one thing, if I could wish eternal life,
a Cowboys Super Bowl for me.
Eternal life
Thank
to
you, John.
one person, it would be Jerry Jones.
I hate you so much.
I would be Jerry Jones.
You monster.
You need to live forever.
You're a monster.
If you had to pick one.
You get one wish only. What is it? Untold riches, untold fame, world peace? No, I want eternal life for Jerry Jones.
Unreal.
He's 82. He's almost had eternal life. That was a little rough, but yeah, he lost his mind today on the fence. I heard that.
Yeah.
Well, Sip, have a great trip. Enjoy the what is it? The flaming margarita or the whatever the
yeah.
whatever it is at El Toro that you like.
Yes, it's the experience. It'll be a great game. I'm looking forward to it.
I do too. I think it'll be an awesome game. Sip, take care.
Bye, Sip.
All right. See you guys.
Stephen M. Sipple, HuskerOnline.com.
A couple comments.
See, I think they gaslit him last time. I think they just didn't want to go to El Toro, and so
they were like, "Oh, our poops would be bad."
And guess what? And it cost Sean.
Yeah,
it cost him. See,
a lot of money.
Should've just gone with Sip's initial intention.
First on Indiana, then on the college football scheduling stuff. Sam writes, both tweets, Kurt Signetti seems supremely confident at all times. Maybe we'll witness the birth of a new coach the fan base hates.
We need one,
He's
don't
already
we?
He's already reached that. People hate that guy. They hate Coach Sigs.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but we're not at Jack Mitchell coach boyfriend level yet.
Not yet. But maybe after Saturday, if Indiana wins by 14.
See, we need that though.
Oh,
Don't we need another coach?
That'd be nice.
I just watch a video today. Barry Switzer.
Coach
You know, you got to have that guy. Speaking of guys who used to smoke on the sideline, Barry Switzer.
Sam also adds, if college football turns into lesser NFL, college football beat writers won't be able to tweet, how can anyone like the NFL more than this 45 times each Saturday?
What is it with the martyr complex that college football beat writers have? I don't understand. I don't like this better than NFL.
A lot of batons got to get
It's
passed
like,
around.
good Lord, people, just enjoy the sport. We all enjoy the sport, but yes, there are some people that enjoy the NFL more. Who cares? It's like they're being told by marching orders or something.
I know. Just can't you like both? I like both. I like Saturdays.
I love both.
I like Saturdays and I used to
last weekend.
I used to love Sundays.
This last weekend was really good.
It was the
Saturday was fantastic.
Way better than Sunday. Well, Sunday morning, great between the hours of 7:31 and 29.
You were that happy that the Bears blew out the Jaguars?
It was great. I got that right. No, I didn't. I picked the Jags in my pick'em. I'm an idiot. I'm a big dumb moron.
In your defense, the Jags do play in London a
I
lot.
followed,
That's basically a home game.
I followed one of our dear guests who said that was their best bet in my NFL pick'em. Thankfully, no money is exchanging hands in this NFL pick'em, so it wasn't a big deal.
We have an update
on
Dan Lanning and was it intentional?
Let's get to it.
And we have also heard from the people who make the rules.
The rules?
The rules of college football.
Matt Rule?
Not that rule.
Oh, okay.
So an update on 12 men on the field and whether or not it was done intentionally on 1620 The Zone. So yesterday, we wondered aloud, did Dan Lanning do it on purpose? Did he do it on purpose? And
what did you land on? Did he pull a
I thought he was. I mean, if you watch, and we'll run the video here for those who weren't able to watch or understand what we're talking about. So Ohio State, 10 seconds left, ball on the 43 of Oregon. They need to get into field goal range. And right before the snap, Oregon subs another man on the field. So now they have 12 men on the field. And it's all over, and he was added to the strong side of the formation. And so the pass goes to the other side of the formation. It's incomplete. 4 seconds run off the clock.
So you thought because the player was added so late that it's the only thing that makes sense?
Yes.
Okay.
That it made sense, and it ran time off the clock.
4 seconds.
While Ohio State, it's only a 5-yard penalty, and while Ohio State did get the 5 yards, they still weren't in field goal range, and they only had 6 seconds left to run the next play, and they were, of course, unable to get that play finished in time and get a timeout.
Yeah.
Thus, they never got a chance for a field goal try. And many people thought after the game, hey, he did that on purpose. The more I looked into it, I thought, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, why are you just sending a random guy out there with not bringing another guy back in or out of the game?
Yeah.
Well, Dan Lanning was asked yesterday about the play. Here's what he had to say.
Much of the commentary world has decided and struck you as a genius, Stan, for the 12-man penalty and declared that it was intentional. Was it indeed intentional to induce the throw one-on-one against Jabbar in that spot?
It wasn't one-on-one. We actually had a safety on top. So there was so it's called dog. It's when you play, but he wasn't in an extremely tight coverage, but he was in dog coverage where he had safety on top of him. And there was a timeout before that. We spent an inordinate amount of time on situations. There's some situations that don't show up very often in college football, but this is one that obviously was something that we have worked on. So you can see the result.
So he doesn't answer it.
He doesn't say
but
definitively.
He does answer it without it.
Yes.
Because he's smiling the whole time.
He is. He's got a little bit of a smile on his face, and he says there are situations that we
prepare
on.
for. This is like, Belichick was famous for doing this. Remember in the last Tom Brady Patriots game in the playoffs, the Titans did something. Can't remember what it was, but they essentially manipulated the clock
so that it could run
more seconds off. And it was like, wow, Vrabel, you got it done. Excellent work. And that's what Oregon did.
Yes.
On Saturday. Because they know the rules. They know that time is going to run off the clock.
Correct.
And, I mean, here's my question for you. Did they decide to do that given all of the seconds that Ohio State had wasted by not knowing the rule about the offensive pass interference? I wonder in that moment if he thinks, this team is really struggling right now with clock. Let's just mess with them even more because they're getting affected by everything. Or was that something that they were going to do regardless?
I would guess that something like this, it's something you have to know.
You have to know the field goal range, first of all, of the kicker. Because, there is a world where it costs them the game, where Ohio State's like, we're 5 yards closer. Let's just do it.
Let's just kick the field goal now.
And they drain it, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, you idiot. Look at what you did. So they had to know that. And I do wonder if that last minute and Ohio State, they just seemed out of sorts, all the way down to the literal last play when Will Howard runs the clock out. And so I wonder if him and his staff, somebody upstairs recognized something in the moment and they said, let's do this. Let's do the 12-man play.
Well, we have now an update from the National Coordinator of College Football Officials, friend of the Grum, Ralph Rousseau, the Associated Press, talked with Steve Shaw with The Athletic. Yes, sorry, The Athletic.
Yeah.
Shaw told The Athletic that a rule change should not be necessary to close this loophole. Instead, Shaw said that the committee could issue a rules interpretation that would instruct game officials in a similar circumstance to actually call an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on the defense. That would award 15 yards, obviously, and put time back on the clock. So instead of the penalty just being too many men on the field, in a situation similar to that, the official could interpret it as unsportsmanlike conduct.
What is the definition of unsportsmanlike conduct? Let's look this up.
Afternoons on 1620 The Zone.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you. I always feel weird when I say unsportsmanlike conduct. I'm not talking about the show.
You're not talking about USC. Let's see. Is a foul or offense in many sports that violates the sport's generally accepted rules of sportsmanship and participant conduct. Examples include verbal abuse, taunting an opponent, excessive celebration, feigning injury. Official rules.
I mean,
in many
this kind
sports
of
include
falls-
a general provision whereby participants or entire team may be penalized or otherwise sanctioned for unsportsmanlike.
I mean, this falls into the same purview as faking an injury.
Yes, it does.
You're intentionally
You are
breaking
using
a rule.
you are using yes, you are intentionally breaking a rule, and you are using a loophole that not a lot of people think to use. Again, because this was such a specific instance where they were at on the field. They were out of field goal range, and getting 5 yards did not move them into field goal range.
Now, here's where I would disagree with Mr. Shaw, and I would say, and maybe for the rest of this year you could do it. But I do think there needs to be an adjustment to the rule.
Yeah.
In that, in a similar circumstance, if it were to happen again, Ohio State gets the choice. We can take the result of the play.
Yeah.
Thus the time, whatever yardage we gain and the time comes off the clock, or we can take the penalty and the time gets restored back onto the clock.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar to, the reason why if you fumble the ball inside of 2 minutes, you have to, as an offensive player, you have to recover. You can't fumble it forward.
Yeah.
If you fumble it forward, it comes back to the original spot of the fumble because of the old holy roller that the Raiders did back in 78 against the Chargers. That you could have a similar circumstance inside of 2 minutes, a penalty committed by the team that's ahead, they should not benefit because time came off the clock.
I think Jordan brings up something that I wanted to talk about too. How would we know for certain that it is deliberate? Like, that is...
See, that's the other part.
Like, this was obvious because he came onto the field. But if you messed around a little bit and it was like 12 guys in the huddle and you pretended to have one, hey, run off the field, like you got to get off the field, so we only have 11 guys on.
Well, all you have to do is manipulate it by making it look like there's like a... Well, and if you go back and look at and watch the game, we only played the video, but if you listen to the audio...
Blackledge?
Not Blackledge, but Ian...
Noah
Eagle mentioned something about Oregon looks like they're out of sync on defense or miscommunication because it looks like there's chaos going on.
Yeah.
So you could manipulate it where it looks like
we're confused.
Oh, we're confused, and you send 3 guys in, but only 2 guys come out.
Yeah.
This was an obvious situation where you had your guys on the field, and then 5 seconds before the snap,
another guy.
Here comes another dude.
Yeah, I don't like making it unsportsmanlike conduct in the season. First of all, I'd be stunned if this came up again. I've never seen this before. I've never seen a team purposefully put a 12th guy on the field to tick time off the clock. Never seen it before. So I don't think it's going to happen again this season. If you don't like the rule, I think change the rule. But calling it unsportsmanlike conduct inside, like now moving forward as a reaction to one game, I think it would be classic overreacting to one instance and saying, we got to change everything.
But I do think they need to close the loophole from legally by giving the penalized or the team that was penalized against the option of we'll take the play or we'll take the penalty and the time.
It is interesting how there's a lot of penalties that happen like this at the end of games. If you jump off sides, but you get back and then they run a free play, essentially, the clock does tick. And so you have to know what you're doing. So that's what I would say. Okay, well then do the other loophole of jump off sides, and maybe they're going to chuck it downfield. Now, you got to make sure you play defense.
Sure.
But you can still tick time off the clock without having 12 men on the field because that's what happens. There aren't rules. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a penalty where they put time back on the clock, where they literally restore the time after a play has been, followed through on? I don't think there is.
I mean, they return time on the clock all the time.
If a play is restored, though, I'm saying if you run a play and there was a penalty on the defense, I can't think of a play, barring the we're going to have an untimed down. I can't think of a play where they say, all right, we got to add back 5 seconds because.
And that's why I think you need to have conditions of, inside of, 2 minutes, for example. And now that you've created the 2-minute timeout, you've got a natural break where you can say, all right,
anything after this.
Now you can't purposely fumble a ball forward and gain yardage. You can't purposely commit a penalty to, just run time off the clock.
Yeah, indeed.
Coming up next, we've got some content. Big trade today in the National Football League.
Is
and yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it was a big trade.
I mean, the team's 2-4.
Yeah, but it's still a big trade.
That's true. That's true.
If the Cowboys had traded for Devontae Adams, would you have said it was a big trade?
No. I'd say, did they fix the defense? Is Mike McCarthy still head coach?
Jerry Jones still on the
Is he
planet?
still breathing? The answer to those questions and more, yes.
1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Well, Nick, what do you think about content today?
I think that KenPom, the non-BART basketball analytics site, projects Creighton as the 12th best team in the nation with a projected 22-9 regular season record. The preseason AP poll has the Jays 15th. Would you sign on the dotted line for this season, John?
I mean,
Creighton boy.
it'd be second in the Big East because UConn's ahead of them.
Welcome to the second place in the Big East, Creighton.
I think I would. Sign
Why
on
you're
this.
signing for not first?
Well, another great see. I mean, and KenPom also projects a win over Kansas.
You'd probably have a good time with that one.
It'd be a lot of fun.
I can't wait to hear you
At
yelling into
22
the
and
radio.
9, second place in the Big East. That's a top 3 seed.
Yeah.
Just like
Yelling at
Last year.
refs. I can't wait for that.
What about your buddy Bart? Where does your buddy Bart have him?
Are you done with
Bart? No, I'm not done with Bart.
Wow.
I
Remember when John cheated on KenPom with Bart? Now
I didn't
John
cheat
I
on
can't believe you would have an
KenPom.
affair.
I didn't
You,
cheat
John,
on KenPom.
for all you said.
John and Bart went to marriage counseling.
Tough
KenPom
luck.
wanted me to pay for it. Bart said I give it away for free. 14th, according to Bart.
Nice. Yeah, you should sign for that. That'd be pretty sweet.
It's a great year.
I think you lose some production, you bring some back, you got some new pieces.
There's a lot of questions with no Trey, no Baylor. That's a couple of big
Yeah.
big
I
dudes.
don't know if you want
replace.
Baylor with how he looks now. He looks like he's from Southie. You seen this? Have you heard
Well,
about this?
he's a Boston guy now.
Yeah, you don't have to pretend like you're from Southie, though, when you go there. That's
You know,
not a requirement.
He really is kind of doing the Brian Kelly thing, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
I have not heard Baylor's not going, rah.
Oh, wait until he talks about the
Now you
chowder.
listen here.
I love the chowder. He's going to do it, John. It's going to be very
No,
disappointing.
Baylor is a proud Midwesterner.
Yeah, for now. He was. Those are the old days.
Hey, just like another proud Midwesterner who hung 3 banners, 3 of our 18 banners. You might know him, Bird Larry.
Oh, my gosh. I hate you.
Army, Navy,
Air Force, Marines. Oh, sorry.
No, that caller's going to get mad again.
Vanderbilt. All cut Nebraska in line as dreams of a ranked versus ranked matchup in Bloomington fell by the wayside. Is Nebraska being disrespected? Were they respected too soon after they blitzed Colorado?
Not being disrespected with the way that they've played recently. Were they respected too soon? No, I mean, they did look really, really good early in the season. I think that they're in the right spot at this moment in time. Barely outside the top 25. Still need to prove it a little bit more if they're going to be ranked inside of the top 25. I think what those teams have done, they've gotten up to very good starts. Vanderbilt has a way better win than Nebraska does, certainly at this moment in time. And they followed it up. Shout out to them, man. Following it up by beating Kentucky, that is hard. To come with juice after you beat a team that you've never beaten in terms of ranking. They hadn't beaten Alabama in 40 years. Nah, I think that this is fine.
No, this is classic AP poll voting. Teams like Nebraska, once you get a whiff that, oh, they might be good, they get shot up the rankings. But then when they let you down, they tamp you down and say, not yet. So it's classic AP voter syndrome.
Oh, yeah.
I think they were probably ranked a little too soon, too early, but now they probably deserve a little more consideration.
Devontae Adams is heading to the JETS. Jets. Does this change anything?
No.
You just gave me crap.
This is not a good team.
Yeah.
This is not a good team. If it weren't for that stupid Hail Mary and horrible officiating last night, the Bills would have probably walked away with this one. By the way, did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Tell me more.
Today on his appearance with Pat McAfee.
Oh, what happened?
Guess who mugged for the camera behind Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, look at that. It's Devontae
What do they call
Adams.
it? A photo bomb?
That's a photo. Good job, John.
A photo bomb. There's Devontae in the background.
He's bombing the photo.
And Aaron with a big old
In New
smile
York.
going, oh, I can't wait till I can blame you for our misgivings.
Oh, he'll definitely
Because the
blame
blame
him.
is never on me.
Yeah, some of the looks that he was giving his receivers last night as they lost another game and fell to 2-4. Nah, this won't change anything. They're not the best team in the division. The Bills are. They're not going to be in the wild card race, man. There are too many good teams in the AFC. Too many good teams in the AFC. No, thank you.
My Dolphins are trash.
Yeah, they are.
And to make matters worse, my coach, the dorky, but in a cool, endearing, handsome way,
Interesting.
No.
Mike McDaniel said today he expects Tua to play again this season. Why?
I wish I could say I was surprised by this news. I figured that he would come back at some point in time. Why? Because the offense is horrible without him, and they have apparently built this offense where it can only be like good with him. They're either good or horror, like the literal worst in the NFL.
Yep.
So that's why he doesn't want to have the worst offense in the NFL. That's the answer. And they don't care about his health, obviously.
They obviously don't. He should not be playing anymore.
No.
Anymore, period, ever. He should not be playing. He's obviously, sadly, he is a guy who is oft concussed, and the next one's going to be even worse. It's time. It's time to move on. But Mike McDaniel apparently won't allow this to happen. And listen, if McDaniel's not going to do it, maybe the league needs to do it. Maybe the league needs to step in if they really are serious
dangerous precedent,
about head injuries.
Yeah.
And say, no, you can't.
Josh,
Nick,
what's going on with Nick Sirianni in Philly?
Hey, you know what?
Wait a minute. There's only one room for one tire fire per division.
Don't worry. The Giants are still in the division too. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? First of all, he shaved his head. You see this?
I did not see him shave his
So he
head.
shaved his head. He was chirping with his fans. He was yelling at his fans. I saw the video.
Because the fans were being jerks like they are in Philly.
That's how they roll. He was chirping at him. And it's funny. I saw the video and I was like, why is that a big deal? He's yelling at Browns fans. Who cares? And then I remembered, oh, wait, it's in Philadelphia today. He's yelling at Eagles fans. But then did you see the coup de grace? He brought his children to his press conference. And so he was using them as little human shields. So he was hoping that the media wouldn't ask tough questions. This guy sucks. He's a horrible leader of men. He's immature. You don't even have to pretend to like him anymore. Everyone knows he's bad. He's going to get fired in season. This guy sucks. He's having him.
He didn't
breakdown.
He hasn't threatened anyone's jobs.
Yeah, because he has no jobs to threaten. They've taken away all of his power. He's horrible. He's so bad. It's nice.
I hope it's a race. It's going to be a race for the bottom. Question is, all three.
I think Dallas is going to win that one. I think Dallas is going to win the race to the bottom. They're bad.
I hope there's enough room for 3 tire fires and content today.
Why? Tell me
Roger
more.
Goodell.
Oh, hello.
Told a fan gathering in London that he wouldn't rule out a London Super Bowl someday. Things change. It wouldn't surprise me at all if that happens one day. Is Roger just playing to the crowd?
Of course he is.
Oh, you think so?
Yes. The NFL is not going to contest a Super Bowl that plays at 9 a.m. U.S. time.
No. It wouldn't. They could play it in the afternoon here.
Yeah, it would be in the middle of the night over there.
No, it wouldn't. John, they're not 12 hours ahead of us. They're like 5 hours ahead of us.
Okay,
Remember,
so
they used to play noon games here.
So a 5 o'clock game
would be at noon.
A 5 p.m. game here would be...
That'd be midnight.
Yeah.
They could play a 3 o'clock game.
They're not going to do that.
I disagree. I think they will do one.
If they do, it'd be the dumbest thing they ever did.
No,
The
having
NFL
pass interference reviewable was dumber than that.
The NFL has never contested a Super Bowl in a non-NFL city. When LA was not an NFL city, they never went back.
Oh, you're right. I didn't know that. Yeah, good point.
And so to award this city, no. You don't want to mess. You don't want to mess with you know what? You don't need to take this thing overseas as much as you do.
To be fair, though, John, let me argue with you. You love day games. You're always like, not everything has to be in prime time. A 2 o'clock Central Super Bowl, you could still run errands after the game. That sounds great.
I'm guessing the network that has that game would be like, no. We want that here because this is the perfect time.
He could say, yeah, but in the Atlantic time zone, it would be at 4 p.m. I bet it will happen. I bet that they will play a Super Bowl in London.
They will not play a Super Bowl.
Put it on the long-term list, not the secret list, which is running out of days.
John's about to lose.
Yeah, he is. Or he's about to win.
Oh.
Yep.
That would be amazing timing.
It would
be.
Oh, it would be amazing timing.
The Nova Knicks have split up with Dante DiVincenzo.
Nick, it's an Italian name. How did you think to say Zvizu?
Because I'm not Italian. There's not an Italian bone in me, Josh.
All right.
I don't know how Italy does it.
All right, I guess hard to argue with
Grum
that.
is a German last name.
DiVincenzo.
Oh, I didn't. DiVincenzo.
There we go.
I speak the most Italian. Moving to Minnesota, leaving behind his former Villanova and Knick teammates. The divorce appears to be messy as DiVincenzo and Knicks assistant Rick Brunson got into a verbal altercation at last night's preseason game. NBA drama. It's a thing.
It's fantastic is what it is, Nick. It's fantastic. That was wild. I've never seen... No, you know what? I've seen one preseason fight. When the Lakers and Kings hated each other back in 2002, they had a fight that went into like the hallway area, like fist fights. Doug Christie was involved, if I remember right. This was pretty interesting, though. DiVincenzo's pissed because he got traded. He wants to be on the Knicks. He's not happy to be there anymore. So I'm guessing he's pretty pissed and frustrated by how the stuff's gone down. Pretty funny, though.
It is.
More fights.
It is. A lot of scrapping, and now Nova Nation is divided. Who do we like better, Dante DiVincenzo or Jalen Brunson? My guess is it's Jalen Brunson because he was really good.
I could actually say his last name better when I did that.
Yeah, it's not that hard.
Wow. You know what? That's
cultural appropriation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
Exactly.
It's allowed with Italians.
But yeah, no, it's just...
Remember last year? Remember who was the quarterback for the Giants that was good for a game?
Tommy DeVito.
Remember his agent? Remember that guy? You remember Tommy DeVito's agent?
I think we should...
He looked like what you...
Paulie Walnuts?
Yes, exactly.
I think we should make fun of Italy more. We still make fun of Germany.
Whoa! Wow. So it's okay to make fun of some countries, but not every country.
I mean, the Axis countries, yes, should be made fun of.
Make fun of the Axis countries. The under already hit, folks, for those of you who are wondering.
And we're ending on another sad note.
Uh-oh.
It's another NBA thing.
Oh.
What did you think of the videos and photos coming out of the new Clippers arena?
We'll put it up on the screen for those watching, and those listening, we can just describe it to you. Very steep. How about how steep it is in the end zones? And they also have the screen like the Rams have and the Falcons have.
The Oculus is what we call it.
I'm interested to see what it looks like on television for a big game. Sadly, the Clippers suck, so they're not going to really have any big games.
I wonder if people like having those seats sloped so high at the one end of the arena.
I believe they're trying to do this I think the goal was to make it loud. It was supposed to make it louder.
Okay,
that's
well,
interesting.
okay, here's the thing.
Too bad they're Clippers games.
Well, and it's the
that's why they had to make it
NBA
louder.
where they pipe in the stupid
defense,
the fake sound effects and the music during play.
You know what starts next week? NBA's back. Man, it's been away for.
You excited for NBA opening night?
It's been away for 3 weeks. It's going to be good to have it back.
It's been away for
enjoy
3
it.
weeks.
Enjoy it, folks. The last year of NBA.
Oh,
on
here we
TNT.
go. John's going to be so emo all year long. Hey, look at what Charles did. It was so funny. Isn't it sad that it's going to be
It's
gone?
going to be very sad because all we're doing is replacing the best pregame show of all time
It's
on
about the
television
games.
with a stupid song.
But
which you could just put on your iPod and listen to. Oh my God, I feel like I'm back in 1994. There's Michael Jordan all over again. The song's over.
He was retired in 94.
It doesn't matter.
He was retired in 94.
We replaced him with a song.
Just remember.
A stupid song and Jack Collinsworth. Enjoy it, NBA fans.
It's not that. It's not
Jack Collinsworth.
It's not that.
Coming to an NBA TV set near you.
You know what's coming to a plate near us?
What's for dinner?
Dinner.
1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I don't know. I haven't been home all day. It's been a long day.
I've been home in almost a week. I don't know what we have, so I'll figure it out. I don't know.
I'm going to try to see the comet tonight. So I'm going to be sucking in space dust. That's what's for dinner.
Is there a comet?
Yeah. It's here for the next week.
I did
You're
not know
supposed
that.
to be able to see it from Zarinsky.
Oh, I've ran around Lake Z before.
Mm-hmm.
Going out there?
Yeah.
Nice. Cool. And that's what's for dinner.
That's what's for dinner. This segment's going exactly as I envisioned it in
Is
my
it going
head.
to keep going in next year, you think? Or
I don't know. We may have to come up with another new end of
I
segment.
kind of like this segment.
I
though.
like what's for dinner.
It gives us, it's like a good icebreaker. And then if we have time left over, we can just BS before the show's done.
I mean, yeah, but we could do that
Remember
with a
Bet of the
different
Day?
segment.
Yeah, but this is like a nice transition, you know? It's like a conversation starter.
What
it's an icebreaker.
What if next year we did the opposite of what's for dinner and we say, we have an end of show segment called "How was your poop?"
That's a great idea.
Talk about the last time.
Were you regular today?
Were you regular today?
That'd be really funny.
Raise your hand.
Hashtag tweet
Raise
us
your
your
hand
poop.
if you were regular.
Oh,
Hashtag
don't
tweet us
tweet
your
your
poop.
poop.
It
Don't
could be
send
like
us-
Love Me or Friday. We could retweet it.
No.
Send us your poop, and we'll get you a thing of poopery.
Who do we get to sponsor that?
Oh, somebody. The things that you put in the toilet for when you poop into it and it
You'd be
smells
amazed
good.
how many
Clorox?
things we can get sponsored if we really put our minds to
Yeah,
it.
Nick, we could do it. We could definitely do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping if it is leftover night that we have some of that leftover chili because it was really good.
Bummer.
Chili's so
What do you mean,
good.
bummer.
I just think chili's mid.
Oh, good.
When was the
God,
last time you
what
had
is
chili?
wrong with you?
Winter time.
This is your new gravy. Have some chili.
I've had it. I've had it more often than gravy.
It's the best thing to
Oh.
put hot sauce in.
Oh.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Ian,
That's
I
not
guess
true.
I put hot sauce on my chicken.
Mac and cheese. Mac and cheese is the best thing to put hot
No,
sauce in.
chili
Yes.
is, man, because you can control it.
That's a good dumb debates topic for tomorrow.
The best thing to put hot sauce in.
I've never put hot
Chili.
sauce in chili. I've never thought chili needed it.
Well, I mean,
You're
some
from
people.
small town in
it
Iowa.
depends. Some people they don't put as much in it because they want everyone to be able to eat it.
No, my mom puts
You add
some
your own spice.
good jalapenos in her chili.
Aaron says bad take. Chili is top tier.
Chili is top
Chili
tier.
is top
It's
tier.
not
You're
top
the
tier.
best.
Very much in
Imagine
the
having
wrong.
a whole tier of food and you're like, I'm going to put chili up there.
That's the
What do you
smart tier.
I'm going to put it in the middle tier.
Oh, is this another one of your? Oh, the meat's not medium rare.
No, it's just I don't know.
I'm sorry, medium minus or whatever. What is that
Rare
new thing?
plus,
Rare
John.
plus. I only
Big,
like
big
meat my chili
shoes.
rare plus.
Rare plus, John. We love Rare plus.
Rare
around here.
Plus sounds like a subscription service for meat.
It does actually. Maybe I'll start one of those companies. I always see those weird companies, and it's like, man, they make so much money for having a weird idea.
They sure do.
It works. Hey, what if instead of taxis, a random guy comes and picks you up, and everyone's like, "Cool, Uber," and here we are. I took an Uber today,
and here we are.
Mm-hmm. Wish I would have known you were in town earlier. I would have said, "John, come pick us up from the airport, take us home."
Could have.
You could have. Sad.
I could have. That's right.
What do
Good
we got
point.
tomorrow? We have K Ford, our new great friend.
Yeah, our
We
new
do.
great friend that we totally are not obsessed with. Mike Schaefer, also Mitch Holtis, Dumb Debates.
Nice.
It's going to be a wonderful Wednesday.
Awesome. Let's
Make
do it.
yours a terrific Tuesday.
Bye.